was dropping William Nylander onto the third line, double shifting Willie a little bit, and making Nick pay a physical punishment. He finished with under 10 minutes, lowest ice time on the whole Leafs team last game. So, had Robertson had a great game, maybe he wouldn't be here. And the other factor is, we're on the road. Rube doesn't have last change. I think he likes Pacioretty's size and experience. This guy's played a ton of playoff games, way more big game experience than Robertson, and he doesn't control the matchup. So he's hoping that maybe having a bigger guy, a harder checker, might do some damage, and hopefully that veteran wisdom. I'm curious to see how he looks like, though, guys. 75 days, as Alish noted.
Yes, I did the math.
Yeah, so he's jumping onto a speeding locomotive here. He's been practicing a lot, but it's not the same, and it's definitely not the same as playing playoff hockey. So I'm fascinated to see how good he looks at that.
I know we want to ask a little bit about Max Domi and his role in the lineup, but I just want to ask specifically about that OT winner. He was pretty chill afterwards, not giving too much. He's very stoic. But that's got to be the biggest goal of his life. It's got to be something you grow up dreaming about. And to do it in the same series that your dad used to play in the Battle of Ontario, I just couldn't get enough of that whole moment. Maybe not the 60 minutes leading up to it, but that OT winner for Max Domi, how do you think that he is, how do you think that feels for him to have scored that moment in that game on home ice?
Yeah, it's got to be electric, right? That's the stuff you dream of when you're on the driveway. Or in his case, you dream of when you're hanging around your dad's dressing room with the other Leafs and, trying to sneak in a few strides of your own after morning skate with Matt Sundin, it's childhood dream type stuff. Now, they need to win the series because that'll make that, then when he's older and he's telling his grandkids about this great goal he scored and, brought the house down and everything, it's a much better story if it ends with you triumph in the Battle of Ontario. The funny thing to me was he really wasn't having a great game, guys. He's had a couple turnovers early in the series, a little bit shaky, but, it shows to me a lot of the faith in second chances that Craig Berube gives a lot of these guys. Domi went through some rough stretches all regular season, particularly in the first half of the season. Never healthy scratched him. Never said a bad word about him, from the podium. Was very encouraging. He bumped him down to the third line, but still throwing him out in a key moment in overtime, and the guy gets his moment. Hopefully that flips his confidence and goes right to his legs, and he has a good rest of the series.
Do you think the exclusion of Robertson kind of helps Domi ensure that he doesn't have? I can't say he's going to have a second straight good game because there was a great moment, but it wasn't a great game. But more insulated, I suppose, Luke, with Pacioretty and McMahon.
Yeah, he's a little bit more insulated, but to have a screen, get ready. I think he's going to pick on that line.
Oh yeah.
So the matchup game is huge. Matthews and Marner have gotten the bulk of the Kachuk line and, lost his own face-offs and stuff. If I'm trying to screen, I'm picking on the Domi line. Stützle should, overwhelm that line territorially. And, yeah, Pacioretty's going to help, but I wonder what his lungs are going to be like. How fast is this guy going to be? So it's the matchup game, I think, is going to be a lot more fascinating here at Canadian Tire Center than it was at Scotiabank Arena. And the other thing is, he's going to stick the Pinto line on Matthews and Marner to try and free up the Stützle line. I think that'll be the game plan if you're on it.
We're chatting with Luke Fox ahead of Leafs Sens. That's up on the network in about 20 minutes on Sportsnet, and we'll have the game here on Sportsnet 590, The Fan. We're going to ask you about Anthony Stolarz, who's just been, I think it's 10 straight wins for him. He's just been absolutely nails. I think he's becoming maybe the most valuable player for the Maple Leafs through these first couple games. How is he keeping that composure, being the starter in the playoffs for really the first time in his career and doing so with a team that has a lot of questions about their playoff success, and he just seems to, other than cross-checking Ridley Gregg and getting in a fight with him, he seems to be very calm, cool, and collected in that net.
Yeah, and that wasn't him losing his cool. That was him purposely exacting some revenge. Like he knew exactly what he was doing there. This guy's pretty unflappable, and it's kind of funny when you think of recent league goalies, particularly in the core four era. There were a lot of guys that had moments of mental fragility, or they would doubt themselves, and you could feel it when you're talking to them. Anthony Soares just goes out there and plays. One of the guys, he memorably said a few weeks ago that he doesn't want to be considered one of those weirdo goalies. He's just a big dude that loves sports, hangs out with the guys, watches sports when he's not playing, and he's got this swagger in the net, from the shiny mask, pushing guys around, barking orders, slapping his stick, plays the puck a ton. Like, his confidence is off the charts. And, yeah, these are this will be his third ever game starting in the playoffs. But I think it served him well, the fact that he's so much older, right? We talk about inexperienced goalies in terms of playoff experience. But if you're in your early 20s, maybe the moment rattles you. You don't know what you're going into. He had a front row seat to all 4 rounds with the Florida Panthers and studied how Bobrovsky went about his business. And, the actual playing in the games is a bit foreign to him. But, it's not like the whole environment is foreign to him. He came from winning a cup. So I just love his demeanor, and you feel it trickle through the guys in front of him, too. And they're selling out, blocking more shots than ever to protect his net. So, he sets the tone, but the other guys have bought into defending his net really well.
All season long, Luke, you could make the comparisons or try to make the comparisons or try to spot the differences, I guess I should say, between Craig Berube and Sheldon Keefe. But I feel like through 2 postseason games, maybe it's most obvious or most plainly obvious for those looking to do that. I mean, I think they're probably trying to downplay that as much as possible, trying not to say and be something different necessarily than a previous regime. But like how they are different feels most hit you over the head, at least over the last 2 games for me.
Yeah, the players take on the personality of the coach, right? They take their messaging from the coach, and you really feel that sort of grow as the season has gone on, and it's trickled into the playoffs, and it's kind of perfect for them. He's just a calm, relaxed guy. Will crack the odd joke. He's not wound tight. He has good perspective. I think that's an age thing. I think it's a having already won and having your name on the Stanley Cup thing as well. Not fearing for your job. Like there's lots of reasons, good reasons why Sheldon Keefe was rightly tense, right? That was his first job, and in retrospect, he may not have been the right guy for this group at that juncture. But Berube's come in, and it's been a bit of a breath of fresh air. I think there's some guys that felt like maybe they were in the doghouse with Keefe that have gotten a new life. He's been really encouraging for Robertson. I know he scratched tonight, but look over the course of the season, he's given him plenty of good opportunities. Guys want to go battle for him, and I think he set the right tone. And now he's trying to keep his assistant coaches in check and not them get too excited when the OT winner goes in.
Yeah, that video was hilarious. Like, guys, act like you've been there before. It was really good. Lots of good stuff coming out of this series. Matthews breaking the stick over in the bench. Like, this been camera crews are dialed in the Battle of Ontario. Let's ask you a little bit about Ottawa, though, because we're getting just snippets from Travis Green. We're getting snippets from conversations about the referees and the 5-on-5 battle that they have apparently been winning and feeling good about it. Like, what do you think Ottawa's message is internally in that room? Because we see one side of it, and everybody's retweeting everything to like kind of dunk on the Sens. But what do you think the message is inside the room?
Yeah, they're preaching positivity, and I get it, right? That's the only way to go. But he's trying to sell the guys on, hey, we're winning the 5-on-5 battle. We're controlling play. Now, I would counter and say you're controlling play because you've been trailing the whole series, and the Leafs, this is what they do. They lock down. They don't take chances. They're fine. They're open to hang on and and win by a 1 or 2 goal margin, then they're fine with that. So then they stop taking chances, and I think maybe it's maybe a bit too much, especially in the second period last game, in terms of letting them enter the zone a little easily. But that's the Leafs style. So if you're Travis Green, I get why you're selling that. I think the other thing is he's really afraid of the power play, right? So when you talk to the Senators players, as we did this morning, there's a lot of talk of we got to stay out of the box. We got to stay out of the box because the Leafs win the face-off in the power play, and 10 seconds later, it's in the back of Linus Ullmark's net. Like they're attacking and converting on the power play at such a rate that has them scared. So the message there is, hey, we're doing some good things 5-on-5, and we cannot put this team on the power play.
Yeah,
the Sens PK needs to sharpen up, though, or they have no chance in this game.
I was going to say, have you seen them working on the PK? Because it is. I have not really seen anything like that. The ease with which the Maple Leafs were scoring goals and how disorganized it seems Ottawa was. Like, it was pretty stark in Game 1, and I guess they tightened it up just a little bit. But it was definitely helping the Leafs set the tone for this series. Are you going to snag one of those heart over hype rally towels?
Yeah.
You know what? There was one laid out for every reporter when we showed up at our seats. So, yeah, maybe my son will clean up his blades with it.
I was going to say, a new skate towel.
Do you prefer heart or hype?
Oh, I prefer heart. Yeah, I'm old school.
Old school.
A romantic.
Yeah. Well, we'll let you go, Luke. We appreciate you coming on before puck drop. Enjoy the atmosphere tonight, and maybe a short series. Maybe we'll see you back in Toronto. We don't know yet.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. You know that.
All right. Thanks so much, Luke. That's Luke Fox of Sportsnet.ca. I had a Leafs Sens hype over heart over hype.
Heart over hype. I guess that was the slogan all year long.
Yes, but it seems very funny about
it. Feels like
series.
a shot or some sort of messaging towards this series in the Battle of Ontario. Because there's hype, clearly, with the Maple Leafs team that, I don't know, do they deserve the hype based on the postseason failures?
They won the Atlantic.
Hype is built into the Leafs situation.
Yeah.
But I thought they were saying, we're the team with more heart. If you have to say you have more heart, do you have more heart?
You got to prove it.
Yeah, it's something that's demonstrated normally.
Let's talk about this whole 5-on-5 winning this, because this is the main. If you just open up your social media and you read what was going on between Leafs and Sens fans, it would seem that the Leafs are luckily winning these games, and that the Sens are cooking the Leafs in terms of the most important metrics. And it's not all about that. Scoreboard means one thing. But the Senators did have better numbers everywhere in Game 2 except on the scoreboard. And this is from Sportsnet Stats. Expected goals, time in the ozone possession, shots, slot shots, high danger chances, cycle chances, rush chances, turnover chances, puck battle wins. They had beaten the Leafs in every one of those stats. They have been the better team at 5-on-5 in the series, but the Leafs have still outscored them 5-2 at 5-on-5.
Mm-hmm.
You explained score effects really well for people that might not know what that means. If you're winning the game, your style of game changes sometimes. And when you're losing, you're obviously playing in a different way to try to tie up the game and then win the game. I think that is a clear thing to state to our listeners.
Yeah, there's literally only one team in the NHL right now that is going to out-attempt, out-shoot, maybe outscore teams while leading, and that's the Carolina Hurricanes. That's just the way that they play.
MO.
It is not a commentary on how good they are, whether they're going to win the Stanley Cup, whatever. It's just what they do. Rod Brendamore's team does not change despite the score. But every other team, 31 other teams, when leading, will have less than a 50% share generally in all the important metrics. That being scoring chances for, high danger looks, attempt shots, everything. Pretty much to a T, you will be at or below 50%, and mostly slightly below 50%. Good teams will be near 50%. Bad teams will probably be 38, 40%, the worst in the NHL. The Leafs have spent over 50 minutes in both of these games, both Game 1 and Game 2, leading the game. So if you're going to look at the numbers as a whole, 123 total minutes with 3 minutes and 9 seconds of overtime and the 260-minute regulations, what is that math? 5/6? Which is
Something
a lot.
Like that.
Over 80% of the time they are leading the game. which is significant, which means you are going to be at the best getting about 50% of these important metrics. And to this point in the series, like if we're just doing raw Corsi possession, 39%. Now again, that is not great even when leading. Like you generally are asking for it if you're running at 39%. So I guess there's something to be said for how Ottawa's played, but you can see this in every series. Like Washington and Montreal. Washington has basically entered each game, established some dominance, whether it's physical or on the scoreboard, and then just let Montreal come at them. And it's almost bit them twice. So this is not necessarily the best way to go about things, but it's only natural. And I look at the minutes played where both these teams have been square, and the Leafs have gotten to the front of the net, behind defensemen, scored gritty goals, did exactly what Craig Berube wanted, and they've had an answer every single time they've been in that scenario. It's going to look a little disjointed when so much of the game and so much of the series is spent in one condition, and so far that's been the case in the Battle of Ontario.
Okay, a couple more things before we take a break. We'll get the lines in a moment. Just two other fun stats I wanted to give you about the Battle of Alberta. No, Ontario. The Leafs are 34-48, which is like a 400 win percentage, or .400, is all time in best of 7 game 3. So that's tonight. While the Senators are 16-11 with like just around 600 win percentage there. The teams have split their head-to-head playoff game 3s 2-2. So doesn't really help you much. Leafs are 6-3 in playoff game 3s since 2016-17 and 4-3 in the core 4 era. So it's more important to us right now. No current Sen has ever played a playoff game at the Canadian Tire Center. That is also wild. And the Sens have never won a best of 7 series when trailing 2-0. They are 0-9.
There you go.
Very
Some
cool.
good stuff.
I didn't do any of that. That was Sportsnet stats. Okay, let's get to the Leafs lines. We mentioned it with Luke. There is a change, and I wonder your philosophy about changing a winning lineup because I'm not usually a fan of it.
I'm okay with it, frankly.
For this moment, because it's probably important.
Despite getting the win, I think there were some cracks maybe in how cracks in the design, how they want to actually approach this series. And the fact of the matter is that the series does change when you go from one barn to the next. The last change aspect will allow Travis Green to hunt a certain line a little easier. And he will try to do that, I believe, against Pacioretty, Domi, and McMahon, who have not played together in at least 75 days and sparingly throughout the balance of this season. So that is definitely the line to watch. And if they can get Stützle and Tkachuk out there against the Domi line, then, yeah, I think that's where the game could be potentially won and lost. So I think it would be a little bit more dangerous if Domi, Robertson, and McMahon are playing on in a line against Stützle and Tkachuk. Want to roll through the lines?
Let's do it.
Okay, top line is what you expected. Matthew Nyes, Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner. Pontus Holmberg will stick with John Tavares and William Nylander, which will get different line matches in this game, so interesting to watch them. Yarncroc, Lawton, and Lorentz, I don't know if we've just elevated them to line 3, but they are listed as line 3 in this game, or at least in our
I just
notes
copied
here.
and pasted from Twitter.
That's fair. I think they've been elevated in my mind, at least to the third line. And then it'll be Pacioretty, Domi, and McMahon. We'll see how much usage they get and if they can get away from some high-end lines for it. The Senators on the back end, McCabe and Tanev is what we were expecting. Sorry, little brain fart there. Riley and Carlo, Simone Benoit, and Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Anthony Stolarz gets the start.
All I did was take the...
No, you got it.
Okay.
I just had a momentary laugh.
Okay. And those are our lines. Wonderful.
You want Ottawa?
Yeah, I love Ottawa.
Okay, some changes.
Yes.
Not like a full-scale change.
Zetterlund with the bomb.
They've been mixing things up. Zetterlund did play some with Dylan Cousins, and Jake Batherson will start there tonight. According to the lines, it'll be Tkachuk, Stützle, and Giroux on the top line. Matthew Highmore will play with Shane Pinto, and Michael Amadio. It'll be David Perron, who cedes his position to Zetterlund and drops down to the fourth line with Adam Gaudette and Nick Cousins on the back end, Sanderson and Zub. Shabbat and Hamonic, and Clevin will play with Montempaulo tonight.
And Ullmark gets a huge opportunity to... This has to be his best game ever in the playoffs. What do you think?
It's going to have to be better.
I think it's going to have to be the best game he's ever played in the playoffs.
You're expecting that explosive of an offensive performance?
I'm
from the
just
Maple Leafs
expecting
tonight?
if this Sens team wants to win game 3, which
He's got to step up, is what
he
you're
needs
saying.
to step up.
Okay.
There can't be any weak goals. They've got to be the team that scores first if you're the Sens. You can't allow the Leafs to go up on a lead again. Like, it's a couple things they really need to tweak, and I think Allmark needs to be their MVP tonight.
I think that's fair. If you're going to keep giving and spotting the Leaf leads,
You can.
not that it's been like bull.
From the biggest stadiums
Cheers, Maple Leafs fans, hockey fans from around the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It's Game 3. Our Maple Leafs are looking to put a stranglehold on this series and put the Sens in a really bad place heading into Game 4. Let's make it happen. What a scene it was over 2 nights at Scotiabank Arena in the first 2 games, but last game, what a performance from our buds. They jumped out strong, looked really good in the first period, started out with that goal from Morgan Rielly. Beautiful start, and then Johnny Toronto gets it done. Number 2 on the board, then things kind of got a little bit weak, and then it was Brady Tkachuk and Adam Gaudette for the Sens, evening things up over the second and third period until overtime when Max Domi made his papa proud, and you saw that shot of Ty Domi in the stands with the overtime winner. Unbelievable scenes at Scotiabank Arena. And oh, did you happen to check out Joe Bowen's call in that video from Leafs Jelly HD? Oh, and by the way, big shout out to Leafs Jelly HD. If you're not subscribed over there, hit that link. It's in the description of this video and in the chat. Now let's get to the hockey. We've got to cheer our buds on and keep it classy while we're raising money for SickKids Hospital in Toronto. Let's go, Leafs. Come on, buds. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. Go, Leafs, go. We'll see you in the chat.
Absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound. Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
And 399-2333.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Schwarfauer and Justin Cuthbert getting you set for Game 3. Leafs in the nation's capital with a 2-0 lead facing the Ottawa Senators, who have not hosted a playoff game in almost 3,000 days. And none of the current Ottawa Senators players have ever played a playoff game at the Canadian Tire Centre. So tonight will be a lot of firsts for them, probably a lot of energy in that building, and there's probably one way to shut that up by scoring first if you're the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, I think that would do the trick. Lots of uncharted territory tonight. You mentioned it for Ottawa, but also, the Leafs just seized their first 2-0 lead in over 20 years in a series. And that means they haven't had many 3-0 leads either. And they got that opportunity tonight. And not that it's curtains if you're up 3-0, but boy, it would appear that way. So a big opportunity for the Leafs tonight to continue bucking trends, right? Like, this is a team that has not done what it's done this playoff run in the past. So keep making those newfound opportunities work for you. And so far, that's been the story of the playoffs for Craig Berube and the Maple Leafs. We'll see if they can continue to put themselves in great positions. Another opportunity awaits tonight.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see how both teams handled this opportunity at hand. For the Leafs, you're the better team. You've been playing really great, composed, smart hockey, and you've been scoring first, and you've been scoring often and quick on the power play. Like, everything's been great for the Leafs. In terms of the Sens, you're coming home, as I mentioned, 8-year drought, never played a playoff game at home. That building will be incredible. So can you harness that in a positive way? Can you score first? Can you be composed? Can you use this line matching to your favor? Like, Travis Green has his work cut out for him tonight to try to make this advantage work for them, because the Leafs did it when they had home ice. So there's that saying, it doesn't really matter until someone's lost at home. We'll see about that tonight, but I think there's a lot of factors, and maybe we see some of that playoff experience for the Leafs tonight, or the Sens, who have played 2 games now, to kind of get back into their form. Let's get your key to victory brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Built in Ontario, the Honda CR-V Sport delivers the reliability and versatility you'd want in any playoff team. Ready for anything and built to go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Berube was not all that into the line matching game. He didn't necessarily got what he wanted at all times, because what he wants, I think, is more about, the players he's putting out there. But I don't think the same will be said for Travis Green. I think he's going to hunt down the weaknesses of the Maple Leafs. That's probably the Domi line. And he's going to want to use a third line to try to negate what Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, and Matthew Nyes can do on the top unit. So where does that leave us? I think it leaves us potentially with the Tavares line. Tavares, Nylander, and Pontus Holmberg seeing a lot of Tim Stützle and Brady Tkachuk. Yes, they will probably see some of the bottom 6, but if Craig Berube can have his say a little bit, I think it's going to fall on the Tavares line handling the number 1 unit for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And historically, the Tavares unit hasn't been able to go fire for fire versus really, really dominant lines in the postseason. So if Tavares, Nylander, and Holmberg can do a good job against Stützle and Tkachuk in the overlap that they get, I think that would go a long way for the Leafs seizing a 3-0 series lead. The player to watch is presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
I'm going to go with Austin Matthews tonight. He's plus 140 for an anytime goal. He has yet to score in this series. He's been on the score sheet, and so have all of the core 4 members. He is the only one that hasn't put the puck in the net. I think he delivers big time tonight. I've got him, as I mentioned, plus 140 anytime goal. And for him to get 2 points tonight is plus 180, but 3 points, plus 600, 6-1. If you think the Leafs are going to win, maybe he gets a couple power play opportunities. Maybe he's able to work with that line matching. But I think he's hungry to get one, get a cookie, as everyone else has had their nibbles, the cookies.
Hey, he's had some success in this arena before.
And that's another thing I was thinking about is that 4-goal game. Like, team's fired up to play in this one.
Yeah, I think for at least the top guys with the Maple Leafs, the game state that Ottawa probably prefers the best guys on the Maple Leafs. Sure, they've been really, really good in this series, and they've gotten their cookies, I suppose, to a certain extent. But I think Ottawa will want to open it up. I think Ottawa will want to see a few more pucks hit the back of the net tonight. That may be an advantage to a guy like Austin Matthews looking to make sure this goal drought, if you want to call it that, doesn't extend too far into the series.
Yeah, I guess it technically is. All right. I'm looking forward to seeing what this crowd looks like and sounds like, because a lot of intrigue into the tickets and who got them and who didn't get them and the heart over hype rally towels. So we'll direct that on your TV screens and your radio shortly. We'll get you Puck Drop with Joe Bone and Jim Ralph, which is next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
Hey, do you ever wonder how life might look if you'd saved a little more? Well, April is Financial Literacy Month, and Planned to AT is here to help. We're a nonprofit.
I've got all the streams roaring, ready to go. We're having fun here in the chat. Thank you for being part of this amazing community. And just by being here, every single view, every single like, every single subscribe helps this community grow. And in turn, our presence on social media and throughout the world gets even bigger. And man, that donation, crazy. Now let's get back to the chat. Let's have some fun in there. Go Leafs, go! We'll see ya back in the chat.
The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps SickKids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. They haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have it taken. Don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable.
Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite team. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Game 3, the Maple Leafs arrive in the nation's capital as they attempt to take a stranglehold on this best-of-7 series. They have never lost a best of 7 when leading 2-0 against Ottawa, and Ottawa has never won a series when trailing 2-0 in their history. So there is history there in one way or another. But it will be interesting, as we can see on the monitor. The crowd is obviously very much heavy with Ottawa fans, and that's to be expected. But I'm sure there will be a good smattering of Leaf blue and white in there as well, as we get to the custodians of the Cord Cottages. Anthony Stolarz has a 1.95 goals against average in the 2 victories for the Maple Leafs and a robust .934 save percentage. Linus Ullmark is 0-2, and 4.39 is an issue. An even bigger issue is the .800 save percentage, as they are brought to you by Molson. Molson, everyone in.
Yeah, and I think the key for the Leafs in this game, Joe, first 5 or 6 minutes is just weather the storm. Crowd will be loud. Ottawa is going to be physical. Every hit is going to bring a reaction from the crowd.
Well, the puck is dropped and we're underway as Riley shoots it down into the Ottawa zone. Trapped on the far boards, a couple of hits there by 2 of the Leafs, and it comes to center, and it is lifted into the zone by Ridley Gregg. Gregg up against the boards, trying to come out with it. Puck comes free, and it is grabbed off there by Nyes, and Nyes finds his defenseman, and Brandon Carlo will roll it down into Ottawa territory. Marner up forechecking as the puck goes around the boards, and Zub will get it up on the wing, but unable to handle that pass was Michael Amadio, and the Leafs have it back in their own zone. One change for the Maple Leafs this game, and that is Max Pacioretty into the lineup, and Nick Robertson a healthy scratch as it's brought by Stützle to the Leaf zone. In on the left wing, and a shot is directed wide and up into the screen by goaltender Stolarz as Tkachuk and McCabe get shoving a little bit. And that's to be expected.
And Craig Berube is stressed right from the start about being disciplined, not fall into the trap of trying to retaliate against Tkachuk or Gregg. As we see Gregg before that, Nyes both trying to get off. Gregg holding him out from getting back into the Leaf bench, and then Brady Tkachuk had a hit on Phantom a little bit earlier, but then afterwards, after the whistle, kind of a late hit.
Ottawa's that's nice. They got a Leaf suck chant going. Good. Now, little brother getting into the act as the puck goes out into the center ice area. Leafs with it again. Drop back to the defense. Benoit gets a return pass on the left wing side and goes up the ice to center. That's grabbed off by Yarn Crook. Dropped back for OEL. He gets to the line, but it's going to be offside as it is shot in. He had to make an extra move at the blue line, and I think it was Steven Lorenz who anticipated him going straight in. Had to jump the gun a little bit. And a face-off coming back. Oh, nice, attractive young lady in blue and white sitting right behind Craig Berube in the Toronto Maple Leaf bench.
And one of the more humorous things I've seen over the last couple of days is the difference between Game 1 and 2. Mark Savard, the assistant coach to Craig Berube, celebrating a goal in Game 1, and Craig Berube just shot him a dart as if to say, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Yeah.
It's Game 1, first goal.
First goal, yeah.
First goal of Game 2, Mark Savard was a little more subdued.
Yeah. You don't think Berube has a handle on this team? Off the boards, played out into the center ice area by Bobby McMahon. A delayed offside gives the Leafs a little more room. And the pass goes ahead, and now here's Pacioretty sending it into the right wing corner, and he goes in there against Montepallo and drapes him in against the boards as Domi gets it back to the point. Morgan Riley with a pass that goes to the side of the goal. McMahon bodies his man to come away with the puck and plays it around to an empty corner. Pinching down is Brandon Carlo, and it's around back of the net with a couple of good hits already. Montepallo getting it out on the wing, and the Senators trying to get it to the Leaf zone, and they do. Riley plays it right back out at center, played back in by William Nylander. Nylander has difficulties with it, and it'll finally go free, and Morgan Riley has it, playing it off the boards, missing a hit from Stützle, who missed Riley and grabbed the boards. Played out at center now by Nick Jensen and down to the Leaf zone. Quickly played up the wall by Riley, but it was blocked. And it is played off onto the right wing side, and Jake McCabe carries to center with Tavares onto the wing on the right wing side and played into the corner by the Leafs. Holmberg, it goes around the boards. Holmberg tripped and fell in back of the Ottawa goal, and now the Senators get it down into the Leaf zone. Tkachuk with a shot. That is blockered away nicely, and it caroms all the way to center, and Holmberg, late coming out, is early going in, and the shot is stopped, and the crowd erupts in a tremendous roar as Omark makes a fairly routine save. And I don't blame him. He's got to play better.
Well, he's given up a number of goals on these chances where it's just been shooter versus goaltender. And I think, when you look at the overtime winner by Max Domi, you've got to cut him some slack. There was traffic in front, including Simon Benoit, who had dropped the puck.
That one almost snuck under his arm, though.
Yep.
Yeah, Max hit the goalpost and put it in. I mean, it was a pretty good shot. The play was the flyby by Batherson.
Now, and the giveaway, he gave the puck away first.
Yep.
I made the mistake in the broadcast and saying it was Benoit that gave the puck away in the tying goal for Ottawa. Benoit had gone behind the net and didn't get the pass.
Played down into the Toronto zone. Greg hustles after it, but Benoit beat him to the puck, but it goes into the corner. Pass intercepted by Benoit, launched high to center ice off a glove, and the Senators have it at their own blue line. 3 minutes into the books, no score. And it is played in over the line, and the Leafs have it again. Shots are even at one apiece. The shot just ahead of the Pontus Holmberg break didn't reach the net. It went off Leaf defenseman and bounded out at center ice. That's why Holmberg was able to get away. Now the puck in the center ice area. Senators play it off onto the near wing. Brought in over the line by Nick Cousins. And there's a long shot that is handled easily by Stolars, and then trying to get in there is David Perron to try and create a little more.
And got caught with a bit of a high stick with a pushing and shoving. Did the head snap by trying to draw the penalty in the process. Ottawa continues to do this, right? You saw Nick Jensen after the save that Allmark made off Pontus Holmberg. Nick Jensen cross-checking guys out of the way.
Going to be coincident minor penalties here, I believe. Perron and Brandon Carlo are going to the penalty box.
I think this is a matter of just the referees trying to get this under control early.
Well, let's introduce them. Francis Saint-Laurent and Kendrick Nicholson are the referees. James Tobias and Trent Noor will work the lines.
4-on-4. Leafs are going to go with Matthews, Marner, McCabe, and Tanev face off in their own zone.
Waved out is Shane Pinto. Matthews will take the draw, or will he? Linesman going over face-off etiquette with both combatants, and the draw is won cleanly by the Maple Leafs. McCabe sends the puck back at the net. Tanev got turned around and then knocked down, but the puck goes to McCabe. Back into the corner for the Leafs, and now looking to move it up is Marner, who's stationed in back of the goal. Marner with a pass through the skates and legs to get it to Matthews. Left wing side, dropping for McCabe as they get in over the line. To Riley in front of the net for Marner, and it was deflected just away from him. Marner spins to get away from one. Marner goes around back of the net, comes out in front, and Riley had a whack at it, but it went wide of the goal, and it's swept in front of the net again, this time by Matthews. But out come the Senators, and across the line was Shane Pinto. Pinto's pass was broken up a bat as it comes back to the blue line, and a long shot by Pinto went wide of the goal. Nick Jensen back at his own at the blue line, works down into the half boards, waiting for teammates to change. Marner had to go off of his skate, and it's down the ice, but icing waved off. I don't know how you could have called that icing because it wasn't shot, just went off of him. Now the Sens bring it in over the line with Stützle. Shot from an angle is wide. The rebound trickles in front of the net, and the penalty is coming here to Toronto. Brady Tkachuk taken down in front of the net. And John Tavares will go to the penalty box. And the first power play of this game will go to the Ottawa Senators.
A huge face-off here in the penalty kill as well. 4-on-3 for 43 seconds. as Brady Tkachuk. I mean, it is, a stick into the midsection, but boy, the theatrics of going down in the, you got a hook in the hands and your head snaps back to draw it.
Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Get home ice advantage on every drive with the new Civic Hybrid, proudly built here in Ontario. Visit your Ontario Honda dealers today. Draw one by the Senators. Played along the boards on the far side. It comes back to the point. Looking to the near side to find Batherson, and a shot deflects and goes up into the screen and out of play. That might have been Stützle who got that away, I believe.
Anthony Stolarz checking out the mask. That might have caught Stolarz.
Off the mask?
Yeah. Ottawa with
it was
lead.
Batherson. And Tkachuk was right in front and did tear him off the crown of his goal mask.
Ottawa has not led in the series.
Scotty Lawton, the lone forward. 32 seconds left in 4-on-3 play. As the draw is won by the Leafs.
Boy, what
maybe
a play.
by the, I don't know if Lawton just went forward with it, I think, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he knocked it out of the zone. Sanderson got it up on the left wing. Played around the boards then by Stützle. It goes around back of the net. Leafs get a hold of it. And with a lot of open ice because of the 4-on-3 situation, it is easily shot down the ice.
Ottawa just 1 for 5 so far on the power play.
Sanderson getting it out at center. Giroux hits the line with a left wing pass for Tkachuk. He closes, doesn't shoot it, goes around back of the net, deflected away from an intended receiver, and it bounces to the line and out. It's a delayed offside. And Tkachuk goes ahead and pressures, which is probably a good thing. He got a whistle to save time on the power play, even though the faceoff should be brought back to almost the far blue line. They do it correctly here.
Right before that, Brady Tkachuk comes on a wrap around him behind the Leaf net and trying to find Stützle in the right wing circle, but Mitch Marner read the play and was able to deflect it. That's how the puck got outside the line.
Minute 8 left in the power play. Draw one by Toronto. Tanev gets it down into Ottawa territory. Chabot works it back. Brought on over the line by Batherson. A shot deflected wide. It goes bouncing out in front of the net. Leafs chop at it, but don't get it out. Chabot kept it in. Far side now trying to work with it is Perron. Back to the blue line it comes. Near side for Zetterlund. And that shot didn't make it through. Wrapped around the boards, it'll find the point again, and Perron comes to the near side. Batherson into the corner. Batherson goes around back of the net. Off a body, it goes to Perron on the far side. Now back to Chabot. They try it again to the near side. A Zetterlund centering pass was knocked away there by goaltender Stolarz, and it's flipped around the boards and out and down the ice with 18 seconds left in the power play. Chabot sends it high and back in behind the net. Stolarz nicely fed into the corner to the defenseman who just went there knowing the goaltender would play it, and the Leafs get it out and they'll kill off the remaining seconds in the power play. No score. First on the board is the power play opportunity for Ottawa. They're going to launch it in. Volleyball back out at center ice by Toronto. Sent in over the line on the left wing side for Cousins. Cousins knocked down there by Brandon Carlo. Puck comes free around back of the net. Tavares got it up on the wing, and Nyes gets it out into the center ice area. Cousins takes it back into his own zone. Now played by Sanderson in over the line and down into the Toronto end. Round the boards back of the net for Benoit. Nicely played ahead for Tavares. Dropped off for Brandon Carlo. He gets to the red line and shoots it in. And the Leafs are getting a change coming here.
Leafs have really not had much offensive zone time, have they?
No, not at all. I guess they're cheering for Zub, not booing. Just trying to keep ahead of everything. Brought to center ice now by Nylander. He'll flip it into the corner. Bodies his man. The puck went to the front of the net from Pontus Holmberg, but no one there. And now here's Stützle with speed down the left wing, trying to get around OEL. And the long reach of Oliver Ekman-Larsson took it away from him. Now Nylander back the other way. He is tackled. I trust that's a penalty. Oh, my. Okay. Game on. Brady Tkachuk tackles Nylander from behind. Shot from the point. Rattles wide off of Stolarz. That has to be at center ice.
Maybe all the complaining about the officiating is paying off.
No, we're fine. We're fine. All's good. All's good here. Brought in over the line now, and a wrist shot steered wide easily by Stolarz. Sanderson playing it back to the point. A one-timer blocked in front of the net. The Leafs, after a broken stick, are able to muscle it out. And Nyes looks rink wide to find Morgan Riley. He'll flip in, and then goes Matthews into the forecheck. Matthews gets a hit in on the boards as the puck comes out at center ice. Brought on now by Dylan Cousins. Cousins trying to go wide on Carlo, and the long reach of Brandon Carlo negated that. Puck is back at the Toronto goal. Comes free to Matthews. Matthews gets it ahead and backhands it out at center ice. A little bit too far for Bobby McMahon to come up with. Senators right back in over the line. Cousins works in with a shot into the chest of goaltender Anthony Stolarz, and he will stop play.
And Bobby McMahon, Joe, you and I talked about this before going on the air, is somebody that you really want to see emerge. We've bemoaned the fact that he was not available for the Leafs in the playoffs last year against the Boston Bruins. Does not have a goal in this playoff and hasn't scored in 13 overall coming in.
NFL draft is on. I found a good tackler for somebody. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
Jazz, born in America, celebrated worldwide. And this month, some of the brightest stars shine in exclusive live performances across SiriusXM. Hear legends Bob James and Lee Rittenauer, the 2025 NEA Jazz Masters Concert, and more. It's Jazz Appreciation Month throughout April on Watercolors Channel 66, Real Jazz Channel 67, and listen at home with the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs nothing and the Senators nothing. Senators 0 for 1 on the power play. They have outshot the Leafs 5-1, mainly with the power play. And the draw in the circle to the left of Anthony Stolarz. Draw won by Toronto. Flipped high into neutral ice. Bounces off a defenseman, but unable to get to it was Yarncrook. And it's back out into the center ice area. Played into the Toronto zone. Oliver Ekman-Larsson in there against the boards with Nick Cousins. Got it out and out at center ice. Lorenz couldn't come up with it. Forces it deeper down into the zone. Lawton will provide forechecking pressure, but now here's Amadio getting it ahead, and a pass deflects down into the Toronto end. Stolarz tucking it around back of the net, but too far for Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Comes to the point, and a drive whistled just wide of the goal. It comes to the near wing. Backhanded high off the glass back of the net. Oliver Ekman-Larsson gets in there to take it away from the forechecker, and the puck comes up on the wing, and it is quickly played out at center and down into Ottawa territory. Jensen.
Well, they're going to call that icing as Steven Lorenz just taps it on the Leaf side of center ice. And now it's like Kelly Yarncroc chirping with somebody over the Ottawa Senators bench.
One of the things I think it was Steve Simmons in his article today brought up, Anthony Stolarz is 7 inches taller and 63 pounds broader than Eddie Belfour, who in this series,
and of course,
not so long ago, was a stalwart in goal for the Maple Leafs.
Of course, when you go back to Mike Palmateer, Eddie Belfour was that much bigger than Mike Palmateer.
That's right. But that's amazing. And you know what? Haven't changed the size of the net.
No.
It's still 6x4.
But boy, I mean, easily no position in professional sports has changed more.
No.
Over the years.
No. They haven't changed the football. They haven't changed the baseball that much. Although now with the torpedo bats, I don't know. Apparently they haven't reached the Blue Jays. Hey, down into the Ottawa zone by the Leafs. A hit in the board's eye against Shabbat. The puck along the wall. McMahon in there with Domi and Pacioretty working on it, and it goes to an open corner. Max gets there to get the puck free, centered. It bounces away, and it's caught and thrown aside, and now Shabbat gets it up on the left wing side. Hard to the net is Zetterlund, and that was deflected just wide of the Leaf goal. Comes back on the near wing, and it is played by Brandon Carlo up on the boards, but not out. Centering pass, Stützle, robbed by Stolars. Big save from Anthony Stolars. And the first big opportunity ends up being Zippo for the Ottawa Senators.
He's trying to force it up the left wing boards. It gets caught in traffic and funneled out to the high slot right onto the stick of Stützle. And Anthony Stolars, how far out of the crease was he, Joe? 2 feet?
At least.
Be able to swallow that up.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet.
Cheers, hockey fans! Maple Leafs fans, Senators fans. I'm sure there's a few Senators fans in the chat. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here. Now's the time of the show where we need to recognize the amazing donations that we saw in game number 2. What a night it was. The notifications, the emails were coming in. Somebody just donated to you on SickKids.com. Unbelievable. It was so cool. I can't even believe it. Terry Fines, Eric Gutierrez, David Garvin, Haley Lim, Kenji Moore, Mark Duffney, Andrew Hurd, Brandy Gale. Thank you so much for your donations to Sick Kids Hospital over Game 1 and Game 2. Let's make a difference, and let's make it even better. Please donate if you are able, or at least share the link out to somebody who you think might be able to donate, and let's raise a bunch of money. Our goal is $100,000 as we're passing 100,000 subscribers here on Toronto Sports Insider. And I say subscribers, but it's insiders. Because as soon as you hit that subscribe button, you're part of this amazing community making a difference every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs.
Stabilizer Plus up. And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Face off in the Toronto zone. The Leafs with just a single shot and are weathering what they expected to be a storm, you would think, with the Senators down 2-0 in the series. There's Nyes. Can't get the puck out. It goes off a body, bounces into the slot area. Here is Ridley Gregg trying to get a shot. That was knocked away, and Tanev, his pass blocked, but it is backhanded to center ice. And the Sens will shoot it right back in again. Tanev patiently waiting for it on the far half boards, finds his defense partner back of the net. Jake McCabe with time on the left wing, gets it out. The pass has gone too far. Is this another icing? I believe it is. So it'll come back into the Maple Leaf zone.
And the Leafs look like they've come out to say, okay, we're just going to weather the first 5-10 minutes of this period. But as we saw when they tried to do the same thing in the second period of game 2. Eventually, you're going to draw penalties. Eventually, they're going to get one that's going to bounce in off a skate. So for the Leafs, all right, first 12 minutes, you've survived it. Now
let's get the game plan going. Yeah. Tanev around back of the net, plays it off the boards and off a stick to center, but the Senators get to it at their own blue line. Jensen Lead pass got in over the line. Tkachuk gets it down into the corner. Around back of the net it goes. Looking for Stützle in front is Zetterlund. It comes back to the point. Off on the near wing, and the Leafs can't get it out. Played along the boards and back of the net into the far corner. Tavares after it as it's deflected and bounces out at center ice. Jensen's going to rattle it right back in again. Oliver Ekman-Larsson pumps it around the boards. It's going to come to the near wing, and now Holmberg is able to deflect it out at center. Leafs get to the line and in. Tavares for Nylander. Nylander into the slot. Can't shoot it. Gets it into the corner. Back into the slot, and a shot by Tavares is stopped by Ullmark.
It's a little more long range than I think John Tavares would have liked, but a nice setup by Willie Nylander. The Leafs finally get the puck into the Ottawa zone. Nylander chases it down towards the right wing corner and just turns and spins it back to the high slot. But John Tavares, I mean, goal scorers are so good at this, right? I'm going to hang outside the traffic area. Tavares, well known for going to the front of the net and looking for loose pucks, but in this particular play, he sees the traffic all go towards the net. He hangs out to the high slot, and Nylander finds it.
Not sure what the crowd's all revved up about. Maybe it was the trumpeter or something. Not sure who's in the building. We haven't seen him. A long shot directed wide of the net by Ullmark. Riley carries down into the corner, was dragged to the ice. The puck goes around to the far side, and it'll be Zetterlund trying to get it out, and he has. Riley getting back to the loose puck back at the Toronto blue line. Quickly gets it ahead, and it's shot by Bobby McMahon down into the zone. Fired around the boards by Tyler Clevin. Trapped over on that side. Leafs get it back again for Domi. Domi working back into the corner. Pacioretty's gone to the front. So's Domi in front of the goal. They bang away at it, and down is Ullmark to cover up on it. But the Leafs have had a couple of decent shifts here as Pacioretty gets into a little bit of a face wash situation going on in front of the Ottawa goal.
Ottawa has really initiated the most during the scrums. And it'll be interesting to see how long the officials let it go on. And we've seen
Ralphie, they're not even penalizing tackling.
But even when they throw, two guys off 4-on-4. See Bobby McMahon looking for the rebound. Obviously, he's going to be met with a little bit of ill humor.
6:47 to go in a scoreless first period.
Shots suddenly get a little closer at 6-4.
Draw to the right of Linus Ullmark. And the draw scrummed. It comes back to the point, kept in by Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Flipped in along on the right wing boards, but did he stick handle it out? The linesman says he stick handled it out to put it offside. So the face-off is going to come in neutral ice.
Even if the linesman's wrong, don't matter now.
No.
By the way, Max Domi, I think a huge confidence boost scoring that overtime winner. But he did, when he played for Carolina, had 2 goals in a Game 7 win over the Boston Bruins. The 3-2 win over Boston.
And becomes the only father-son combination in the history of the Toronto Maple Leafs to score game-winning goals in the playoffs. Leafs back in their own zone, around back of the net. Shane Pinto tried to come out in front but couldn't. Marner was unable to reach it. Backhanded again along the boards. Marner settles it down and now looks for an outlet and makes a nice pass to find Benoit. And Simon Benoit launches it into the near corner. Nye's in pursuit but won't get there. Now it is Nylander on the far side after a change. Nylander took his man down. What with the referee's got to give him a little leeway after he was tackled earlier, and now brought to center ice by Sanderson and played on the backhand. In on goal, scooped aside by Stolars, and around the boards it'll come to Morgan Riley. Riley playing it out at center. Off his stick, controlled by Jensen. He has to wait for a teammate to get onside as Brandon Carlo was riding a little bit of interference there, not allowing the Sens player to get out of the Leaf zone, which is met with the booing, and now brought out at center ice by Toronto and shot back into Ottawa territory. Apparently it's offside, although we can't see the
I think it went over the glass.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. All right. So it is 5:28 left to play here in period number 1. There is no score. And you are listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590. The Fan and
The NFL Draft is on SiriusXM. Take your pick on how to listen with the SiriusXM app.
The NFL Draft is officially open.
NFL Radio brings you every selection and exclusive interviews. Hear insights from the experts that cover the players in college on SiriusXM College Sports Radio. Fantasy Sports Radio forecasts their fantasy football impact. And get instant reaction on Mad Dog Sports Radio. Search NFL Draft on the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
90 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs nothing and the Ottawa Senators nothing. 5 minutes and 28 seconds to play in period number 1.
Now in regulation time, the Leafs have gone 66 minutes and 12 seconds without a goal. John Tavares scoring a little over 8 minutes in the game, to put the Leafs up 2-0.
But there was an important goal mixed in there.
That's why I said regulation.
All right. Up ahead at center ice, brought on by the Leafs in across the line. A pass looking for Lorenz goes into the corner. Lawton dragged down. The puck comes into his skates. And now Lorenz trying to dig it free. Lawton is there. Lorenz loses it. It goes into the far corner. And it'll be Montepallo getting it out at center ice, but a good hit there by, I think that was Lawton, as it goes down into the Senator zone. Chipped around the boards now by Toronto, unable to get to it. Lawton on the near boards as he takes his man down. Then he's taken down, but here is Yarncrook getting it back to the point, but the Leafs were in the midst of changing their defense. And it goes all the way back into the Toronto zone. Jake McCabe will bring it out, and he'll dish it off for Tanev. Left wing feed for Domi. Domi cuts to the middle of the ice, looks for the far side in front of the goal. Big save. The rebound comes in front of the net again, and Domi couldn't get his stick on it. McMahon had a great chance there, set up by Max Pacioretty. Played around the boards, and the Leafs will get it out. Chipped down into Ottawa territory. Puck goes back around the boards and out on the far side. And an icing coming up here against Ottawa. We're now out shooting the Leafs 7-5 with Bobby McMahon and Max Pacioretty working nicely down low. And
just a little bit into the skates of Bobby McMahon, but
he never got a shot, really, did he? He just redirected it.
But for Pacioretty, it was the only way to get it past Thomas Chabot was to go to Chabot's right to get it to McMahon. But if McMahon had sort of just backed off a little bit and had a little bit better target, that was a tap-in.
Face-off won cleanly by the Senators, rattled around the boards and down the ice by Thomas Chabot, which will bring the face-off right back from whence it came, inside the Ottawa zone. 3 minutes and 54 seconds remaining in the first period. That is scoreless.
The big saves that have been made. Stolarz off Tim Stützle in the slot. And the Leafs' very first shot on goal, it was their only shot for about 12 minutes. That was Pontus Holmberg on the right wing side. Got in alone, and Allmark was able to stuff that out.
Chabot plays it out at center, trapped at the red line, backhanded to the blue line, but not into the zone at first. and then launched high into the Toronto corner on the near side. Riley goes back of the net, comes out on the near wing with a pass for Holmberg. Quickly ahead, Nylander breakaway into goal, and Omar comes out nicely, takes the angle, and the slap shot from Nylander, who has a grin on his face, is made by Linus Ullmark.
Boy, Nylander's so good at reading the play, as he hangs out around center and then takes off the tape-to-tape pass.
Boy, he could have baked that. Took one step to his right and had the entire net.
The Darryl Sittler move,
yes,
on Vladimir Zarilla, the Canada Cup.
Ullmark came way out of the goal. He was 2 feet out of the crease when that hit him. And Willie had time, and he had control of the puck, too.
He's trying to go 5-hole, didn't he?
I think he did. 3:31 to play. So Linus Ullmark has answered some questions here in the first period. The draw scrummed. Senators unable to get it up the boards cleanly. Kept in at the point by Tanev. Little give and go. Comes to the near side to McCabe. He doesn't shoot it at the net. Into the corner. Marner gets it back into the slot. There's the shot by McCabe. There's a rebound in front of the net. And it's cleared to an open wing. And the Senators will get it out with Shane Pinto bringing it to the line and in. Rolls off his stick, but it comes back. And a wrist shot by Amadio went well wide. And has caromed off the boards and gone up into the screen. And out of play.
Shots on goal just 7-6 now, favoring the Ottawa Senators. I'll be honest, I'm surprised that Ottawa has come out more cautious than aggressive here in this game. I thought this was going to be one of those, 15 hits in the first 3 or 4 minutes, get the crowd into it. The Leafs have just sort of kind of stalled them and frustrated them for the most part in the Toronto end.
If the Sens fans spent as much time cheering for their team as cheering against the Leafs, it would certainly probably help.
Well, they haven't done it in a while.
Well, there's that too, I guess. Played down into the Ottawa zone. They get it out into the neutral ice and down in on the right boards for Giroux. He stops up against Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Shot went off the side of the goal, wide of the net. Punch back to the blue line. Another shot in traffic, stopped by Stolars. And the Leafs get it out at center ice, and it'll be flipped into the zone by Calle Yarncrook. Lorenz runs into a man back of the net. Both players to the ice as it slides down into the Toronto zone. Don't know if either of them are hurt because it's not on the screen that we're watching. As Pacioretty comes over the boards, now Jensen with a shot kicked away by Stolars. Another hit on the boards. It's been a physical first period. Played back down into the Toronto end. Riley gets it up on the left wing for Pacioretty. Ahead for McMahon. On to Domi with one man back. Got a shot away, but it was blocked by the defense of Shabbat. Centering pass. Shot off the side of the goal then by Bobby McMahon. Looking for McMahon again. Banking it back to the point. D to D it goes to Tanev. Tanev holds. Chipped along the boards for McMahon. Out of the reach of Domi, though, and the puck back into the area behind the Ottawa goal. Minute 36 to go in the first period. No score. Giroux fires it down into the Toronto zone. Benoit propels it around the boards. It'll be tipped out at center. Unable to get free, though, was Nylander. Something going on behind the play that we are not privy to.
Now Brady
Tkachuk is talking to the officials again, rather vociferously, I may add. But it looks like he may be going to the penalty box. Well, that's a shame.
See what it is. It was a big collision in behind the Ottawa net. I don't know who got the worst of this.
Clevin saw Lorenz coming, and he stuck out the rear end and backpedaled a little bit. Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah,
Holmberg took a high stick.
Tkachuk on an elbow into the face of Connors Holmberg. And boy, how disastrous this could be. I have no idea how you can argue this.
So the draw in the Ottawa zone. The Leafs on the power play, 4 of 7. The draw won by Tavares. Back to the blue line is Matthews. Now to Marner. Quickly into the corner for Willie. Passing in front, and it hit a stick. It comes back now and is grabbed off by Tavares. Tavares plays it back to the blue line to Marner. Wrist shot coming blocked. Rebound back to the net. Tavares in the far corner. Back to the blue line. Another pass by Marner. He can't get it past the first defender. Has it again. Pass into the corner. Tavares coming out in front. And Nyes couldn't redirect it, and it's shot down the ice by Ottawa. 47 seconds left in the period. Leafs trying to get it in over the line. Matthews does, but can't get a bouncing puck. Then he did get a bouncing puck to behave. It comes around back on the corner. Tavares on the far half boards. Leaves it for Matthews. Matthews to Tavares. Tavares trying to jam it in on the short side, and it went off a stick, and it is shot down the ice now by Ottawa.
Boy, he still looks dangerous, so doesn't it? The power play.
They're taking it to the net a lot. 15 seconds left in the period. 55 in the power play. Nyes down the left wing boards into the corner. Got it around back of the net. Matthews can't come up with it. Pinned to the boards there by Greg. And the final 2 seconds ticking down here. And that'll do it. And another penalty coming here. For cross-checking. Is Nyes getting it or Matthews?
Not sure. Yeah, it looks like the Leafs are going to get this. I thought it was Thomas Chabot was the one throwing the cross-checks early. And the official decides, no, we're going to even things up here. We took one captain off. We owe it to the other captain to send him off. I think if we get a look at the replay, there are a lot of cross-checks thrown by Chabot in behind the net. We're going to see everybody just scrambling. Chabot, yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And Matthews gets...
Oh, my goodness.
6 cross-checks by Chabot. Matthews delivers one in retaliation, and he gets the
I have no
call.
idea what the official saw. I mean, it's...
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is... You know, I realize we sound like homers, but we're just looking and saying that we're seeing a replay. We haven't seen anything.
We've been accused of being homers. Why wouldn't we be homers?
Yeah.
Don't you want the Leafs to win?
Let's live up to it.
Okay, we're doing a good job so far. That was a terrible call.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert coming along with our first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
The NFL Draft is officially open.
Hear every pick of the NFL Draft on SiriusXM. NFL Radio will be live in Green Bay as Rick Neuheisel, Jim Miller, and Pat Kerwin provide instant analysis.
There's 32 draft boards, and none of them duplicate any other club.
As well as exclusive interviews with coaches, executives, and players.
First pick in the NFL Draft. Very honored.
Listen to every round of the NFL Draft starting tonight at 8 Eastern on NFL Radio Channel 88 and the SiriusXM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Butch-Davids for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud. His first is a blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under Review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. Haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team.
And the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert with your intermission breakdown of a 0-0 scoreless first period. In Game 3, the Leafs on the road to face the Ottawa Senators, up 2-0 in the series. Very interesting period, like slow, but then got a little chippy at the end. Scoreless. Where do you want to start?
Yeah, I mean, just in general, I don't think it was a great period for the Leafs on their heels for at least the first 10 minutes. That's not to say, and that's kind of been a theme, right? But most of the theme, or that theme, has been supported by the Leafs leading the game and sitting back. It was kind of like they defaulted to that, where they were sitting back without the lead, sitting back in a tied game. I don't think it was an overly aggressive period, overly positive period, but maybe the Leafs just kind of easing into this one. They started playing a little bit better in the back half of the period, so potentially they're trending up, but it looked like it didn't look like they were asserting themselves early.
Yeah, it was just slow, and I think you mentioned to me near the end of the period there that just the Leafs looked slow. It's a lot of hockey, you know, and a couple of short days, but so Sens are dealing with it as well. Game Sunday, game Tuesday, game Thursday, you're kind of back and forth, and you can't really complain about the travel. It's literally, you could take the train. You could. I
don't think they did, but
you could fly and you could drive. So it's really no excuse, but I do think that possibly the idea of being up 2-0 lets you have your foot off the pedal a little bit. Yeah, probably the worst period, I guess, of the series so far. In terms of production, it took them until 7 minutes left to get their second shot on net. But still, it's a 0-0 tie after 20 minutes. This game can still be anyone's. But it looks like they were getting more into it near the end. The physicality was ramping up. Saw some power play opportunities. So possibly when the second period starts, Leafs have worked through some of the fatigue it looked like they had.
Yeah, less assertive from the Maple Leafs and maybe more assertive from the officials. We saw 5 penalties, a couple roughings at the same time, so coincidental. So not 5 power plays, but 3 different calls that will result in power plays, including 2 minutes to start, at least to work with. There will be some overlap with a Brady Tkachuk minor, but Matthew Nyes takes a penalty at the end of the period. We'll have 42 seconds of 4-on-4 before the Senators go back on a power play. It just felt like, I don't know, maybe they weren't all individually bad calls, but it just felt like the referees were more involved than they had to be. And then there was one moment where Tyler Klevin delivered a unbelievable reverse hit on Steven Lorentz, which I guess by the rule book could have been called because Lorentz was just chasing the puck and Klevin left his feet to deliver a brutal reverse hit that, Lorentz popped up and he's fine. But that was one of the harder collisions we've seen so far in the playoffs. And I just felt like, there's a couple things that could have been called and then some cross-checking that was called one way and not the other. I just didn't think it was a great period from the Leafs or the officials.
I think that Brady Tkachuk has made himself part of the dialogue in this period, maybe not in a great way. He had a pretty embarrassing dive on one of the Leafs penalties. I don't know if it was John Tavares.
It was.
Oh, man, it was Olympic level diving. then followed that up by tackling William Nylander from behind while he was skating.
Yeah, on a back check.
That was tough. And then every other time that I've seen, a part of after the whistle, he's just beaking at the refs about something.
He's doing Brady things.
He's
that's
Bradying
for sure.
it up.
He took the penalty, should have took the penalty on the Nylander thing. He elbowed Pontus Holmberg to put the Leafs on a power play that they've since squandered with the Nyes penalty. Yeah, Brady's involved. I think you expect Brady Tkachuk to be involved in the way that he is. And yeah, it felt like he got away with one on Nylander there. And I think, in addition to the Clevin thing, a couple power plays the Leafs could have had, and yet kind of these ticky-tack ones being called as well.
Let's take a quick break, and then on the other side, we'll get the out-of-town scoreboard, a couple other NHL games going on tonight in the playoff picture, and we'll get you set for the second period. It's scoreless after 20. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Hey everyone, Adney and Verk here to talk about our great podcast, NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers.
Jason Demers here. After playing 700 NHL games, it turns out I have an opinion or two. Whoever's saying trade one of them, you don't know anything about hockey. I'm on the bandwagon. I'm rooting for this team. With new guests every week, we will talk about hockey and more.
Can't wait till you watch the movie because it's the biggest award of her career.
He went into the cheetah exhibit. The cheetah took a piece out of him, and he came into the ring the next day.
Tune in to NHL Unscripted with Verk and Demers, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
He's in over the line, dropping for Max. Max into the slot, shooting. Yeah!
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey, Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. It's a scoreless first period. Leafs on the road to face the Senators in Game 3 with a 2-0 series lead.
Yeah, scoreless in the period because both goaltenders played pretty well. A lot of focus on both Anthony Stolarz and Linus Ullmark. Linus Ullmark predominantly because it's not been a overly strong start to the series for him. And I guess for Stolarz, it's like, yeah, you're living up to all the expectations, the lofty ones that Leaf fans had for him. But Stolar's best moment of the period came point blank Stützle shot that he just came out and denied, highlighted the period probably for the Maple Leafs. And then Pontus Holmberg hit William Nylander with a stretch pass. He pulled out the Scott Laughton, big wind up, let it fire, but it hit the body of Linus Ullmark and he was able to absorb it. and prevent a rebound. So both Stolars and Ullmark had positive periods. We'll see which goaltender can continue building on that.
What'd you make of the crowd and the fans?
It was pretty muted in terms of like
chaos?
Information.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it is. I think I heard some faint Go Leafs Go.
Some chants here
faint
and
Go
there.
Leafs
Yeah,
Go.
it's faint.
But it could have been Go Sens Go.
It's Go Someone Go.
It just doesn't feel like it's a major factor right now.
Anna Dua of Sportsnet tweeted out that a fan in Ottawa brought a printout of the Ridley Gregg empty net slap shot to the game and was holding it up on the camera.
I like that.
They're creative. I think I also saw
That's good,
somebody.
safe fun.
I also saw somebody else printed out a picture of Elliot Friedman from the preseason panel where he said Sens playoffs ? And they tweeted that out.
Book it or something. Book it.
It just said Sens playoff.
He was confident.
Yeah, and then they tweeted it out as well. So the fans are creative in Ottawa.
Very good.
Let's take a look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
Okay, it's a busy night in the NHL. We've hit the maximum allowable with 4 games. I guess they could do 5 if they really wanted to, but it
I
seems
didn't know
like
there's a rule.
No, there isn't. But,
Four
with
is
8
enough for
series
me.
and we're alternating nights, we should probably not have more than 4.
Yeah, I'm
anyway,
good
we
with
have
that.
the 4, but only one other game is ongoing. The Florida Panthers have a 1-0 lead over the Tampa Bay Lightning. They won Game 1 on the road, so threatening to go up 2-0 before taking it back to Fort Lauderdale, which would be beneficial to the reigning Stanley Cup champions. Nate Schmidt scored the goal. He scored in Game 1, too. This guy's not supposed to score goals, but he
Conn
is.
Smythe futures?
Not yet. Not yet for Nate, who, when completely healthy with Aaron Ekblad, might not be playing anymore. So he's contributing while he can. We're always debating, like, hey, do they belong with their name on the cup? With these 2 goals,
yeah,
if Florida wins, name on the cup. Anyway, Still to come tonight, Vegas will visit Minnesota. The Wild tied the series in Game 2, so Vegas facing a little pressure tonight. And Winnipeg gets a chance to go up 3-0, just like the Leafs, as they visit the St. Louis Blues.
Okay, end of that period, couple penalties called. How is this period starting? Power play?
It'll be 4-on-4 for 42 seconds. And then the Ottawa Senators, unless something else happens, will have a abbreviated power play.
Perfectly put. We will send it to Joe Bone and Jim Ralph, who have the call of the second period next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. Haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that, you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then, we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not. And then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on Sirius XM FC 157 and the Sirius XM app. Just search for your favorite club.
The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favourite team.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Score after a period of play and a lot happening at the end of the period. We watched as Thomas Chabot had 6 or 7 cross checks go. And then the television shot that we got showed Austin Matthews heading to the penalty box for what appeared to be a nothing cross-check. And then it turns out it's Matthew Nyes who ends up getting the penalty. And we haven't seen a replay of Matthew Nyes doing anything yet. So hopefully we will get that we can at least verify why he's in the penalty box.
Well, they're going to start with John Tavares, Willie Nylander here 4-on-4 before Brady Tkachuk comes out.
Leafs to the left, puck is dropped, and we're underway. 4-on-4. Nyes gets the cross-checking call, and Shabbat gets nothing. Here's Tavares in with a shot, and it was a high riser that went over top of the goal. Senators break it back out with Shane Pinto coming to center. Ridden off the disc nicely there by the back checking of Willie Nylander. Leafs get it up on the left wing now for Riley. Riley to the line, a left wing pass. Dropped off for Tavares. He doesn't shoot it. Works back towards the blue line. Stops it up. Gives it to Nylander. On his forehand in the slot. Going wider. Still with it. Now around back of the net. Stops up. Comes out in front and didn't deliver a shot. And then took down... a tripping call coming to Willie Nylander.
And it'll be a 5-on-3 for 1:15 for the Senators. Nylander stopped, lost the puck, and Ridley Gregg tried to jump around him and fell. And Nylander's going to go for a trip.
Wow.
And watching this again.
Yeah, he stuck the knee out. And the penalty will send the Senators to a 5-on-3. The Leafs had a 5-on-3. It lasted 3 seconds when they scored.
And it was Willie Nylander that did it.
Yep. Draw in the Leaf zone is won cleanly by Ottawa. Sanderson back at the point. Dishes off on the far side for Batherson down into the corner. Tkachuk stationed in front of the net. Batherson with it again. Mishandled the puck. Had to go back and retain it. Minute left in the two-man advantage. Here's a pass on the near side. Back into the slot again. To the right wing side. Still no shot. Back it goes to Stützle. Stützle fakes a shot. Over on the far side. No one can get an angle to the net just yet. Back to Sanderson. Now to Stützle. Shot stopped by goaltender Stolarz, and the Leafs fire it off the boards and get it out and down the ice. 40 seconds left in the two-man advantage. On for Stützle. Got away from Marner. Across the line it goes to Tkachuk. Back to the point once more. Batherson to Sanderson. Left there now Giroux. Giroux works down into the corner with a shot and they score! Claude Giroux, the veteran, gets the first lead of the series for the Ottawa Senators. On a horrible first call, but a legitimate second call for the 5-on-3.
And the power play is going to continue for the Ottawa Senators. Finally, they get it to the net. Giroux just takes it in the high slot. And with traffic in front, most of that traffic is Brady Tkachuk. The Leafs just sort of leave him alone there. But you can't afford to have one of your guys tied up when you're down 5-on-3. And Giroux just sifts it through the maze and beats Stolar's blocker side. Ottawa 1-0.
Minute left in the power play now. As it's played in over the line and knocked by Marner out at center ice and down into Ottawa territory.
I think the
first power play goal of the, or second power play goal of the series for the Ottawa Senators. Brought in over the line. Batherson on the left wing side for Tkachuk. He takes it into the corner. Now back of the net it goes. Stützle trying to get it in front and sweep it wide of the goal as it comes to the left wing side. Sanderson sending it around the boards. It'll be trapped over there by Stützle. Stützle looking in front of the net, trying to find Batherson. It's knocked off his stick. Comes to the near side. Big save made there by Stolarz. Another shot wide. Cleared into the corner then by McCabe. Kept alive by Ottawa. Far side it goes. Trying to get a pass into the slot as they come back to the point. Sanderson, the one-timer then on the near boards by Dylan Cousins was blocked. 3 seconds left in the penalty. Sanderson to the far side. Gets it in the slot again. A shot. Blockered away. High in the air it goes. And it's trickled wide of the net. I think Stolarz thought that was into the screen. Nylander is able to poke it out into the center ice area.
Boy, Brandon Carlo broke his stick as well, so the Leafs were actually back down almost 5-on-3.
Played in over the line by Ottawa. A pass into the slot that Tkachuk didn't handle. He's able to take it away from Nylander, though, and got a shot away. Knocked down by Stolarz, who's able to cover up on it. Benoit, is rattled down by Shane Pinto. And both are going to go off. This is all Francis Saint-Laurent.
Yeah, I mean,
this is
obviously the worst part is giving up the goal, but the Leafs took both those penalties in the offensive zone. Yeah, Benoit has done what Ottawa's done after every penalty, which is give a Senator a shot for coming in on Stolarz. Like all Benoit does is put his hand on the helmet of Pinto, who drops like a sack of hammers. Pinto gets up and drills Benoit, and then Brady Tkachuk is chirping Benoit all the way to the penalty box.
Well, Francis Saint-Laurent has had a busy first, 13 minutes, 13 seconds. He has made every call that has been adjudicated in this one. Face-off in the Toronto zone. 4-on-4. And the draw won cleanly by John Tavares. The Leafs have really dominated the face-off circle, particularly in the offensive end. Played out at center for Nylander. Nylander trying to flip it ahead there for Riley. Had it partially blocked, but Nylander is able to steal it back. Centering pass into the slot area. Tavares got a shot away, and it went over top of the goal. Nylander back to the point to Oliver Ekman-Larsson into the slot for Riley. Riley for Tavares. Tavares trying to get it back, and it's knocked away. And a partial break here for Cousins. He's in on goal and stopped by Stolarz. Cousins taken to the boards.
Boy, Willie Nylander's got to be stronger on the puck. Almost gave the puck away seconds earlier and then kind of did a flyby.
Tavares in over the line, stops up at the half boards, looks back into the corner, gets his man. Now a pass in front by Riley was broken up, and the Senators will break it out on the left wing. Stutzla into the zone, can't get around the Leaf defense. Good play made by Max Domi, who is filling in. Bobby McMahon turns back in his own zone. Trying to elude one man, finds Tanev. Chris Tanev stops it up. He'll go to his defense partner, and Jake McCabe is going to drop it off now for McMahon as they cycle back in the Toronto zone. McMahon trying to find skating room and does to get it into the zone. Stops into the corner, pushing it around back of the net. McCabe couldn't help him out, and McMahon into the forecheck here, trying to get it away from Zub, and Zub gets taken down, and the puck comes to center ice. Leafs play it back along the boards. Domi getting it freed up for Matthews. Matthews to McCabe, who rolls it in wide of the Ottawa goal. 1-0 Senators. A power play goal, 5-on-3. And for the first time in this series, the Sens have the lead. Played in on a wrist shot taken by Ridley Gregg, handled easily there by Stolarz. Marner around back of the Toronto goal. Dropping it back as he's pressured by Zetterlund. Pass up at center ice. Tanev across the line. Nyes to Marner. Missed the puck, then shot it into the slot area. But it's broken up and carried back the other way by Zetterlund. In on the wing. Knocked away there by Tanev. Puck goes around back of the net. Unable to center it. The Leafs are going to get it on the near wing. And Nyes bodied but got the puck ahead. Cleared back by Marner. And Tanev will take it around back of the goal. Christopher Tanev getting it out at center. Off Nyes' stick, but not in deep enough. And the Sens get it right back into the Toronto zone. Benoit took a high stick to the face, but right there was Francis Saint-Laurent. He apparently didn't see it. Back into the corner again. It goes for Perron. Perron ringing the boards and back of the net. Good poke check made there by Stolarz, and the puck in the slot area. And that was shot wide of the goal. Great poke check by Stolarz, but then the Leafs didn't take advantage of it. They'll get it down into Ottawa territory now.
He may have got a glove on that last Ottawa chance as well. 15-7 now. Senators back out in front in the shots on goal total.
Played into the Toronto blue line area, shot in over the line, and the Leafs will regroup back in their own end with Morgan Riley. Looking up ice, finds Brandon Carlo. Carlo up the middle for Pontus Holmberg across the line to the left wing side. Dropping it back for Riley. Now to Carlo. Wrist shot coming. That deflected wide of the Ottawa goal. Nylander on the far boards got it into the slot, but it was just out of the reach of John Tavares. And now here are the Senators starting out of their own end. Nick Jensen plays it down into the Toronto end. Stolar's out of the goal to play it off to the defense. Oliver Ekman-Larsson looks up ice, got it out to the blue line, rink wide for Domi. Max is in over the line into the slot with a shot that was blocked. Big rebound, but it goes to the far side, and Shabbat gets it ahead at center ice now for Zetterlund. Zetterlund over the line, had it knocked away, and it's cleared up on the wing, and it's going to go out at center ice, and Domi has it again. Got it freed up for Bobby McMahon. McMahon trying to get through the defense, but had it knocked away by Shabbat. Sens will counter and get it back into the Toronto zone. Batherson couldn't penetrate. Now Tanev gets it right back out into the center ice area.
Now
we got a whistle here for something.
That playing the puck with a high stick, or is it an Ottawa penalty?
Oh, I don't know, because we can't see the official on the screen, so we really can't tell you. And I think we're going to a commercial break here, so we will find out what's going on when we get back, as Ottawa has a 1-0 lead on a goal by Claude Giroux. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet365, we've got you. From game props, player props, totals, and the money line. You can even bet on futures like series winners, conference champions, the Stanley Cup champions, and much, much more. Whatever your bet is, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app and get in on the game. An official partner of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit ConnexOntario.ca.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it 24/7, 365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph back with you. And is there a penalty or not? Yes. Okay. It appears that Stützle has... No. Okay. You were wrong. Batherson gets the penalty.
I thought it showed.
Well, they showed, and then they don't show, and then you don't know. And anyway, the Leafs on the power play for the second time in the game.
Bar is kicked out. Matthews comes in for the draw.
And then Pinto is waved out by the linesman.
He's just not putting the stick down. Defensive player has to put the stick down first.
So Ridley Gregg will take the face-off against Tavares, and Tavares wins it cleanly. Matthews won it cleanly. Shot by Marner, blocked in front of the net, and the Senators are going to break it out. On the left wing side is Pinto trying to work into the slot area, and it's turned over, and Nylander with a quick out back the other way. Matthews across the line. Left wing side with a shot into the glove of Ullmark. On an odd man rush presented by the breakup of the rush by the Maple Leafs back there, and Mitch Marner.
Well, this is where the 5 forward gets a little dicey. They're not used to having the mindset of 2 guys have to be back. And you saw there, Mitch Marner was the lone man back. They were able to break it up and have an odd man rush the other way, but Matthews.
Good play by Marner to keep the puck in at the blue line, into the slot area for Tavares. Down low. Nice. Tripped up. trip, but no 5-on-3 coming. It's okay. Everything's fine. Pass into the slot area. Now here's Tavares. Left wing side, dropping it off for Nylander. Nylander holds, top of the circle, down into the corner for Nyes. Back it comes to Marner, quickly to Nylander, shot blocked. Nyes centers, scores! A centering pass by Nyes, hit a body or a skate, and ever so slowly trickled over the goal line, and the Leafs have tied the game.
Very similar to the goal that Tkachuk scored in Toronto off the skate of Brandon Carlo on the power play. Nyes tries to throw a backhand pass across the top of the crease. He's got Matthews there. He's got Tavares there. Boy, Matthews took a swipe at it and couldn't get a stick on it as it slowly slid over the goal line.
Period brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365 must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca. As a long shoot-in ends up into the screen. And Matthew Nyes ties the game with his second goal and his second playoff goal. Or, excuse me, second power play goal of this playoff.
The first one was a rebound that he was able to control and sweep around the pad. Well, that last chance the Leafs got, that glanced off the mask of
Omar. Yeah, Lorenz letting it go off the left wing. That fourth line of Lorenz, Yarncrook, and Lawton has been dynamite. At the point, Riley with a shot, and that redirected, and a good toe save made by Ullmark. Played back to the Leaf blue line. Shot blocked by Riley. Down into the corner. Chasing after it, Dylan Cousins. Played to the point. Long shot. Blockered away by Stolars. And the Leafs are going to get it out into neutral ice, but without control. Played back by Ottawa. Right wing side for Zetterlund. Into the slot. Wrist shot high over top of the Leaf goal. Puck along the near boards. Domi unable to track it down. Batherson got it to the point. Long shot directed wide of the net. And the Leafs are going to send it out into neutral ice. Sens have to wait for teammates to get onside. Pacioretty knocked down a clearing attempt and then was hauled down. Now Domi getting it in over the line, but not in deep. And the Leafs are changing as the Senators have it under control in their own zone. Leafs won, the Senators won. Second period, almost halfway through. Played up on the right wing side and in by Nick Cousins. Cousins gets it down into the corner. Coming out with it is Gaudette. Gaudette cycles it back behind the net. Cousins with it again. Perron trying to help out. Against the boards, the Leafs free it up. And it's knocked around back of the net for Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who propels it up on the wing. And the Leafs will get it out into the center ice area. Knocked down on a clearing pass and brought in quickly by Yarncrook. Missed a hit there and a pretty good one by Clevin. The puck into the corner now. Here's Yarncrook trying to get it back along the boards for Lorenz, and it is poke free, and the Senators will get it to center ice and dump it into the Toronto end. McCabe reverses the puck to avoid a hit, and Tanev gets it out at center ice with a pass for Jake McCabe. McCabe into the forecheck as he gets it down into the corner. Got a hit in there on Sanderson, and then the puck comes free, and the Sens will get it out at center ice. 1-1 tie, 9:19 left, second period. Long, easy shot handled by 6'7", 200 and a whole lot, Anthony Stolars.
Especially when he gets out at the top of the crease. If he's squared up.
You don't, never mind the net. You don't see that end of the rink. It is a 1-1 tie. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
This is Trey Anastasio from Fish.
Fish is known for legendary live performances.
The thing that I like the most is that everybody says yes to every idea.
And on-stage improvisation.
When I walk on stage, I've trained myself to go completely blank.
Dive into their weird and wonderful world with exclusive commentary and shows hosted by band members.
There's a lot more preparation than might be seen, but there's also a lot more abandoned than might be believed.
Fish Radio, Channel 29, and at home with the SiriusXM app.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Buchnevich for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud
his first as a Blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern.
What's up, Leafs fans? How we doing this evening, this morning, this afternoon, wherever it is that you're watching from all over the world? Now's the time of the show to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Let us know. All over the world. We see, where's Popo in Mongolia? We've got Danny Dansoy in the Philippines. All over the city of Toronto and all over this
playoff round, his 5th career playoff goal. He has it up against the boards, and now it looks to flip it high to center ice. Marner was unable to track that down. Sens have it back in their own zone. Brought out by Sanderson, almost stolen by Marner. Played in on the right wing side by Shane Pinto. Round on the boards, it's going to come to Marner. He doesn't get to it. It comes back to the point. Long shot off the shoulder of Stolarz. Deflects down into the corner. And the Leafs trying to come out with it, and they do, as Marner is able to punch it ahead, but Matthews couldn't control the puck. Here the Sens back with it with Pinto. In on the left wing. Matthews took it away from him. Poked to the line and grabbed by Marner. Marner looks for Matthews and finds him. Matthews is going to curl back into the blue line area. Looking for some room to move. Fans on a pass. Played back up at center ice. Oh, the fans did some nice play-by-play there. Brought it center ice now for Sanderson, and the Sens will get it in over the line. Stützle trying to spin away. Played it around back of the net for Tkachuk on the far wing. Tkachuk mishandles the puck, but gets it back behind the net. Coming out with it is Giroux. Giroux had it taken away, and the Leafs have it now under control with Nylander. Out at center ice for Riley. Riley into the slot. Oh, and a pass there for Pontus Holmberg, and if he'd have been able to control the puck, he was right dead in the slot. Tkachuk plays it around back of the Toronto goal. Grabbed off there by Tanev. Tanev punches it ahead. Nylander with skating room to center. To the line and in. Works down into the right wing corner. Trying to outmuscle his man for the puck, but drags it into the corner. Domi looking to try and help out. Puck is still free. Now cleared back of the net. And the Senators will get it airmailed high out and down the ice. And this will be an offensive zone faceoff coming after an icing call with 7:16. And Brady Tkachuk is bent over a little bit and heading to the Ottawa bench.
Why is he going right to the dressing room? He's doubled over. Right where the backup goaltender is.
Yeah, he's going down the walkway to the Toronto bench.
What it is, Koscheck's given in the corner to the left of Linus Ullmark.
No, something's happened here. I don't know what the upper body injury was. That looked like he was pointing to a groin pull.
Yeah.
And he's gone to the...
There was really no collision or anything.
No. The Tkachuk family and the Ottawa Brass obviously concerned by this. Draw is scrum. The Leafs get it back to the point. McCabe with a wrist shot in traffic. It lays there, but no one could get to it before Giroux took it to safety. But the Leafs keep it in with Tanev on the near boards. Backhanded down into the corner now for Pacioretty. Pacioretty ran into Domi more than he did the Ottawa player. And now the Leafs get a break here as it's kept in by Riley. Near corner for Pacioretty. Centering looking for McMahon, and it was knocked away from him. Here's McCabe to the side of the goal. Can't get it into the slot. And the Senators are going to break it out into neutral ice, and Stützle just gets it in over the line to try and get a change going. Leafs backhanded right back down into Ottawa territory. Cousins got it off the boards to the Leaf blue line. Broken up there by Matthews, and that produces a delayed offside. which is whistled down, but Tkachuk is back on the bench. And not any worse for the wear. Maybe the hip check from Riley earlier that, and then, kind of
one thing
spun his groin a little.
One thing you got to say about both of them, both Matthew and Brady, is they play through injuries.
Oh, they sure do.
Remember when they...
their old man was pretty good at that, too.
When Florida lost to Vegas in the Stanley Cup Finals, it was revealed that, was it a separated shoulder or something? Yep. Matthew had played most of the playoffs with.
I remember Steve Thomas doing the exact same thing. Played along the boards and into the corner it goes. Leafs in the offensive zone, trying to dig it free on the boards with Lorenz. Lawton looking to help out. Sends it back in for Lorenz again. Now for Calle Yarncrook back of the net. They're working on the end boards. It comes around to the far side. Lawton was unable to get to it. And now the Senators have some space, and they'll bank it out at center ice, and Cousins will get it in on the left wing. Shot in by Gaudette. Round the boards to the far side. Benoit grabbed onto there as it comes back to the blue line. Sanderson at the left point. Goes D to D with it. Slap shot by Zub. Deflects wide and into the near boards. Lorenz couldn't get it out. He'll get another opportunity and is filled in there by the pinch of the defense. And the Senators keep the puck alive. Oh, what a hit by Lorenz. Are they calling this a penalty? Oh, wow.
Boy, and guess who's called it?
Our man?
I believe so.
Francis Saint-Laurent has had a busy night.
I'm going to say that Stützle tried to jump around him, and I don't know if if Lorenz just maintained his position or he stuck the foot out. Either way, Ottawa gets another power play.
Fourth power play opportunity of the game coming up. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet365, we've got you. From game props, player props, totals, and
Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Make sure to hit the like button and so you don't miss out on our content.
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm just telling the chat to like the video.
You telling everybody in the chat to hit the like button?
Yeah.
Nice job. Can you guys please hit the like button? This kid's awesome. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in the chat.
On home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
Holy mackerel, what a move!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
So a power play goal here or power play opportunity rather for the Ottawa Senators, their fourth of the hockey game. And they win the draw. Sanderson, near side, Cousins, down into the corner. Tkachuk is on the ice, so he's apparently all right. Cousins mishandles the puck, and it comes out into the center ice area. Lorenz gets the penalty for tripping. Stützle in across the line. Knocked off his stick into the corner by Tanev, who crashes in there. Grabbed off by the Leafs and airmailed out and down the ice by Marner.
And if you're scoring at home, it is 10-9 Ottawa power play advantages in the series.
Brought to center ice now by Sanderson. Drops the puck back. Stützle got it on the wing across the line. Batherson couldn't come up with it. It goes around to the near wing. Stützle back to the point. Sanderson, far side. Working in there now is Cousins. Cousins around back of the net. Batherson for Stützle. Stützle In along the half board, sends it back, and just kept in by Sanderson. To Stützle, back into the slot. Cousins doesn't shoot it. Sanderson has it. His shot is deflecting and going up into the screen as the Leafs continue to block shots in front of Anthony Stolarz.
You see, I think Ottawa gets frustrated to an extent, don't they, Joe, where there's just no lanes are opening up in the middle of the ice. Now, mind you, it was from long range with traffic in front of the 5-on-3 that Claude Giroux was able to sift one home.
I think Brandon Carlo. No, that did get through. Stolarz did get a shoulder on it. I stand corrected. Draw to his right. 51 seconds in the power play. 4:11 in the period. A 1-1 tie. Draw scrum, but controlled by Ottawa. Chabot, second unit on the ice for the Senators. Chabot on the far side gets the pass back into the slot. They'll try again from the right wing side. Cousins trying to get it into the slot area. Knocked away by the Leafs. And out and down the ice it'll go. Penalty kill brought to you by Ontario Honda dealers. Get home ice advantage on every drive with the new Civic Hybrid. Proudly built here in Ontario. Visit your Ontario Honda dealers today. Poke check there at the blue line prevents the Senators from getting in cleanly. Now they'll shoot it in. Round on the board, Stolarz couldn't trap it for his defense, but it is Nyes battling on the near boards. Couple of Leafs in there. Tanev got it clean into the corner, and it is fired off a body into the Ottawa bench. Whose body did it go off of? Scott Lawton's or the Ottawa Senator?
I think Scotty Lawton tried to deflect it out himself and just got a little high on the left wing boards and into the Ottawa bench.
3:23 left to play in the period. Senators with 16 shots, the Leafs with 11, and 3 seconds remain in the power play.
Leafs just 4 shots on goal here in the second.
Draw scrummed. Puck comes back to the point, near side. Zub with a drive, kicked away nicely by Stolarz. And now the Leafs have it under control with the man back on the ice and the penalty expired. Played off a stick and down into Ottawa territory. 3:07 to play in the period. Sanderson is back at the net for Zub. Long lead pass ahead over the line, broken up by Tavares. The Leafs counter with a pass ahead for Nylander. Back to Tavares, going wide. Tavares closing in. Tavares around the net, tried to stuff it in the short side, but he came up about 3 inches short. Tavares on the right wing boards now with it. Into the slot for Willie, into the slot for Riley. Back to Nylander, coming in front, and it bounced just wide of the net. Nylander trying to force it wide. Puck comes back to the point. Riley keeps it in with a shot that was blocked. Pacioretty. Back of the net and around the boards to the near side. Kept in by Brandon Carlo. Trapped by Zub back of the goal, and he'll get it into the near corner. And Sanderson with a lead pass comes to center. But the Leafs come right back in with it. Pontus Holmberg into the corner. Boy, he could have gone down there. Could have been a penalty, couldn't it? Here's Zub. Getting it out at center and down into the Leaf end. Icing waved off. Stolarz gives it back to Tanev. Tanev will give it to McCabe. He'll get it out at center ice. Brought on now by Tanev, who's into the rush. Chris Tanev dropping for Domi. Domi in the slot, almost from the same spot that he scored at. But this one was blocked before it reached the goal. Minute 44 to go in the period. 1-1 tie. Puck in the center ice area and down into the Leaf end with Tkachuk taken to the boards. Puck is back of the net. And it is pushed off the wall, and out at center ice comes Simon Benoit. Benoit takes it wide on the right wing. Bursts down into the corner, tried to center it, hit the side of the goal. Matthews unable to get to it cleanly, and the Senators are breaking it out at center ice. Stützle in on the right wing, chased by Benoit. Stützle gives the puck away to Benoit, although he didn't realize it initially. And he drops it off for Marner, who's stationed back of the net. Minute 6 to go here in the period. Sens took a 1-0 lead on the power play on a goal by Giroux. Nyes scoring his second of this series to tie the game also on the power play. The Giroux goal came 5-on-3. Back to the point, a long shot. Pad save made by Stolarz. Played around back of the net by Brandon Carlo. Riley gets it ahead at center for Tavares. Rink wide looking for Willie. Nylander into the slot. A shot. Wide rebound. Oh, Tavares stopped. Another shot. Blocked in front of the net there on a sprawling play by Olmark. Leafs keep the puck in. Near side, Tavares trying to get it in front of the goal, and Ullmark is going to cover up on it.
Boy, dangerous play by the Leafs. Maybe the most dangerous one, Joe, is Tavares from below the goal line behind the net with Ullmark down. Tried to hammer it low and bank it in off the Ottawa goaltender.
Great opportunity for Tavares.
Yeah, I mean, he had two. The rebound off the backboards, and then turn and try to fire it off Ullmark. Leafs looking for the greasy little goals. But boy, Ullmark had actually turned the wrong way.
Yes, he had.
25.1 seconds to go here in the second. 1-1.
Draw to the left in the Ottawa goal zone, won by the Leafs. Matthews gets it back to the point. Tanev with a direction in front of the net. Deflected by Marner up into the screen. Chris Tanev, no intention at all at shooting that at the net. He was looking for the redirect.
Like we've said before, I mean, you think of him as a guy that just blocks a lot of shots, but his hockey IQ is impressive.
Face-off coming in the Ottawa zone. Nylander wins it cleanly. Back to the point it comes to to Oliver Ekman-Larsson. Now to Marner. Marner stick handling back at the blue line, and it comes to the line and out. Oliver Ekman-Larsson did a great job at trying to
sell it,
camouflage that, but the linesman makes the right call.
8.9 seconds to go. By the way, so Ottawa leading for the first time in this series when they score at 1:38 of the second period. But that lasts just less than 7 minutes. Matthew Nye scored at 8:31 for Nylander and Marner on the power play.
Just 8.9 seconds to go in the period. And the Senators will control the face-off. Step out at center and get it to the red line, and now further. 2 seconds left, and that will do it.
Well, I think you like what you saw in this period, and that maybe the Leafs guilty of sitting back a little bit, although when you've got the penalty kill doing most of the work in the second period, including the 5-on-3, it's tough to respond back offensively, but the Leafs do get a power play of their own finally and get a big break. We've seen a lot of power play goals go in off skates.
Yep.
Haven't we?
Yep.
We saw Tavares score off Nick Jensen's skate. And now we saw Brendan Carlo have one go in off his skate when Tkachuk scored. And there the Matthew Nyes one off a friendly skate and into the net for Toronto.
Leafs outshoot the Sens 10-9 in the period, have been outshot 18-14 in the first 40 minutes. Giroux for Ottawa, Nyes for the Maple Leafs will step aside for Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. 1-1 tie, Game 3. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell joined us.
What's up, hockey fans, insiders, Maple Leafs fans? How we doing tonight, this evening, this morning, whatever time it is, all over the world where you're hanging out with us? It's 1-1 at the end of the second period, and this intermission is about SickKids Hospital. Got an awesome email from Samara this morning with a very cool video for us to play tonight, and we're going to do that right now, highlighting everything about SickKids Hospital and its awesomeness over 150 years. Happy birthday, SickKids Hospital. Thank you, Insiders community, for hanging out with us every single game. Man, and those other chats, I got to go start the live for the other hockey game right now, actually. So I'm going to get to that. And guys, and girls, please check out our campaign page through SickKids Hospital. It is pinned in the chat. Go donate if you can. 96,300. We're on our way to 100K. Go TSI, go. Go 100K, go. Go SickKids Hospital, go. And go Leafs, go. Big third period ahead. We'll see ya back in the chat.
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids. And SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you, we're going to keep healing Canada and the world, and we're going to heal the future.
Now, does that video not fire you up like crazy? Who's ready for the third period? Let's go. Oh, man, I got to turn it down. I was so excited. I was listening to it because I just was so excited to have that video play on the channel during the Leafs game. Let's get back to the hockey. Big third period ahead. Go refill those drinks. I'm on dad duty, so it's water for TSI Mike. I just used third person on myself. That's weird. Go Leafs, go. We'll see ya back in the chat. Come on, get loud, insiders. Get loud. We need to see a lot of Go Leafs Go in the chat. We've got to get these buds fired up in the third period. All over the world. Thank you all of the, man, Philippines representing tonight. This is so cool. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Thanks for making a difference for SickKids Hospital. You see the difference that they're making all over the world. That's why we do what we do here at TSI. Remember, 100% of ad revenue, 100% of everything tonight, super chats, memberships, everything is 100% donated to SickKids Hospital. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Down, and a lot of the calls are questionable, and the ones that are called are probably off or missed. Like, it's just, it hasn't been a very aesthetically pleasing ref game, and I think it's definitely taken away from a lot of the enjoyment of this game. Fans online are agreeing. If you're going to call it, get it right.
And yet, 2 legitimate penalties produced 2 legitimate goals. The first one came from the Ottawa Senators, William Nylander, in a play just like the Lorentz Stützle play, except there was contact. Nylander took down a guy with honestly, it was a pretty bad decision on Nylander's part. A boneheaded play by him, did stick the leg out, did trip his man, results in a 5-on-3, and Claude Giroux did a very classic Claude Giroux thing where he's just kind of casual on the power play, lets a shot go through traffic, and it just finds the back of the net. And then later on, a legitimate high stick by Batherson on Jake McCabe gets the Maple Leafs onto the power play. It was a little dicey earlier in that power play when Mitch Marner had to defend a 2-on-1. Looked like he overplayed it, but
that was going to be on every highlight reel of every person that doesn't like 5 forward power plays. But
it would come to roost. William Nylander tracked back and was able to break up the play. And then when they got back into the Ottawa zone, Matthew Nyes actually made an awful decision right in front of the net. Had all the time in the world to turn around and make a move, and instead almost stick-handled himself out of the slot, out of the crease, and into the corner. But he would later rebound from that, trying to deliver a backhand pass through traffic. It hits the skate of Shane Pinto, sort of like what happened with Carlo and Tkachuk in Game 2. Matthews and Tavares tried to get a stick on it as it was bounding towards the net, but couldn't. So it's Nye's goal nonetheless, and the Leafs tied it up 1-1.
All right. In terms of I thought actually that it was a good bounce. The goals were on real penalties, as you mentioned. Can't complain too much. There was a moment where Matthew Tkachuk looked like he was injured. He did go off down the tunnel, but did return. And that was a Domi moment where he gave him an extra shot, kind of like in that area above your tailbone, but below your shoulder pads.
Sort of the Austin Matthews region.
Yes, that is an area you don't like to get cross-checked in. And he looked like he was laboring off. He did return. But yeah, it's getting a little physical, and they're going to have to make sure that they just stay within whatever these lines are that are being drawn by the refs.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think it is much of a stretch to say that Tkachuk is playing through something, right? He's been kind of dealing with it since the Four Nations. The two brothers dealing with a similar type of situation, obviously more serious with Matthew Tkachuk, who wasn't able to play, but I wouldn't be surprised if Brady is dealing with something, and maybe it was or had been flared up in that moment with Domi and him sort of battling there. So that's something to watch, but Tkachuk you're probably going to have to drag him off the ice if he's going to stay there. He's a gamer, and he's into this game for sure.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll get to the out-of-town scoreboard, get you set for the third period. It's a 1-1 tie after 40 minutes. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
The Stanley Cup Playoffs Bracket Challenge presented by Skip is back.
Oh, yeah, baby.
And now it's time to take your shot. Face off against family and friends and see if you can predict this year's playoffs.
McDavid shoots and scores.
Can you pick the perfect bracket and claim the ultimate prize? A trip to a 2025-26 NHL event. Sign up today for a chance to win exclusive prizes at nhl.com/bracket.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CRV Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CRV Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Prime Minister Stephen Harper.
I led Canada through the global financial crisis. Today, we also face big challenges. The two men running to lead us both once worked for me, and my choice unequivocally is Pierre Poilievre. Only Pierre is putting forward an actual plan to make life affordable, make our streets safer, and put us in a strong...
Hey, there's that stuff we were just talking about in there. All right, insiders, since I'm here, and I'd rather be muted, where is that stinking webcam? There it is. Hey, and you get bald mic too. All right, let's go. Who's ready for the third period? Let's think about a poll. I need to think about what we should do here for the poll. Now it would make more sense to have that generic poll, but we're working on things here. We're building up a lot of stuff, TSI, for all of these playoff pulse games and stuff like that to make things easier for me in between running around between practices and everything like that, because I'm just a dad. Go Leafs, go! There you go. Connie Rad, 7-18. Man, my eyes are going too. Not just the hair. The eyes are going. The hair's gone. Should Mike get a hat, says Peter. Yes, I should. And it's right here. See that nice shiny head? It's hard to get it shiny like that, you know? Got to stay clean. Connor, what's up, buddy? Good to see you, Connor, in the chat. Connor, put your link out, man, for your channel. Anybody in the chat, you want to help out a fellow YouTube creator right now, live on the internet during intermission? Go sub to Connor Knows Soccer. He's at like, what, 120 subscribers or something like that? Hit that button right now. Connor, put your link out, bro. If you're still here, put that link out. Connor is an awesome dude. He loves MLS soccer and the Columbus Crew, and he's doing a lot of stuff. He helped me out with the soccer channel, my soccer channel, a while back as well. Let's get back for the third period. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
NBA playoffs, and of course we've got the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we'll stick with the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Panthers are really threatening to go up 2-0 on the Tampa Bay Lightning. They have a 1-0 lead midway mark of the third period, so Tampa up against it just a little bit. Still to come tonight, 9 p.m. Golden Knights will try to go up 2-1 in their series over the Minnesota Wild. Wild get to potentially hold serve here after stealing one in Las Vegas, and then the Jets will be in St. Louis to take on the Blues. Winnipeg looking to go up 3-0 in their series. As for the NFL draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars moved up to number 2 to select Heisman Trophy winner Travis Hunter, the dual threat from Colorado.
Ooh. Yeah, I like you mixing in some other things in the out-of-town scoreboard. I thought you did well.
But you want some NBA scores?
No, I wanted to mention that we were watching the Tampa-Florida game, and Barkov got absolutely steamrolled and has left the game, and he looked like he was injured.
Yeah, a little frustration play, it looked like, by Brandon Hagel. Just took an absolute
went flying.
Just a run at Barkov, who was not expecting it in the moment. A clear interference call, and it was called that way. I think they were checking it for a major, but it ended up just being...
They just played it again. It's bad.
Actually, I don't know if it was a major. It was evened up because it was a 4-on-4, but a bad play when you need a goal if you're the Lightning.
100%. Okay, about 10 seconds to answer this. What do the Leafs got to do to skate away with a win in Game 3 here?
I want to say, like, step outside yourself, a little bit more aggressiveness, but, you know, Craig Berube's been racking up wins doing the Craig Berube thing, and if they keep playing that defensively responsible thing, or style, then, you know, eventually maybe that offense will come. I think John Tavares was really dangerous late. I thought the top two lines for the Maple Leafs were late. I know I only had 10 seconds, but if you stick with it, one of those guys might be able to break through.
It was worth the extra 10. All right, Joe Bone and Jim Ralph have the call of third period next, tied up at 1 after 40 minutes. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 5.
You're driving. They're honking. You're driving. They're screaming. You're driving. Change your mood. With SiriusXM Comedy, they're honking. You're laughing. From the newest Netflix specials to the kings of Southern comedy, Jeff Foxworthy and Larry the Cable Guy. From uncensored Kevin Hart to clean comedy to quiet them kids, SiriusXM Comedy has it all. Channel 93 to 99 on your SiriusXM radio and on the SiriusXM app. We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but it's early. They haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
SiriusXM, NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have a take and don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League.
Dang, man. Where is that stinking webcam? Well, big shout out to Dave Strange, even though I can't find where to put. There I am. All right. Here you go. Leafs hat. I got the Leafs hats. I found them. I'm cleaning up the basement. We're doing some work down here this weekend. And I got the Leafs hats. Rest of the game. Leafs hats it is. Here we go. Thank you for the shout out and the super chat, Dave Strange. Thank you all for subscribing to Connor Knows Soccer as well. $20, man, thank you. That is 100% going to SickKids Hospital in the next donation. Will be during the playoff pulse, actually, which is nice because usually it goes into the next SickKids campaign. Not this time, it's going right into this one. Go Leafs go, big third period. Here we go.
And Marner at 8:31.
Not a lot of pretty ones.
No, and it's
throw
been
it to the net.
It's been literally different than the regular season.
Yeah, it's
where
been,
they tried to pass the puck into the net, as Pat Quinn used to say. Instead, it's just take it to the net.
Yeah, throw it there.
Get it
and
there.
Look for the lucky bounce that they've been able to get. By the way, when tied into the third period this year, Ottawa 7-5-5. The Leafs 8-5-1 when tied after 2.
Played out at center ice. Leafs to the right. Senators to the left. It goes down into the corner. Zub got it around the boards. Cut off by Marner. He tried to center. That hit a leg. He gets it back again in front. Matthews took a swipe at it. And it went off a leg and went harmlessly to the near boards. Matthews with it again. Into the slot area. Back to the point. Carlo whipping it high and wide of the net. Kept in by Riley. Back at the goal. Centering back. They score! Austin Matthews set up adroitly there by Marner. The Leafs have the lead for the first time in the game.
Leafs continue to control the puck in the Ottawa zone. But the puck thrown around the boards. I believe it's Morgan Riley that threw it around the boards to behind the net where Mitch Marner just one touch redirects it out short side. Linus Ullmark has no idea where the puck is. He thinks Marner's going to hold on to it. He's looking to his right. It came out to his left to Austin Matthews. And Matthews has his first of this series.
Is that the first goal he's ever scored in Ottawa?
In the playoffs? Yes.
So the Leafs for the 2-1 lead. Shabbat carries to center. Poked away by McCabe. Out Tanev along the boards, reverses the puck for his defense partner. McCabe gingerly gets it ahead for Tavares. On ahead at center, and Pontus Holmberg slides it in wide of the post. It comes in front of the net off a pass from Pacioretty, who's on this line now. Played off the boards and back to the point. Long shot deflects wide of the Ottawa goal. Pacioretty into the forecheck, and the pass comes out at center ice, and the Sens get it in on the left wing. Stützle from an angle, and that was deflected up into the screen and out of play. Austin Matthews with his first of this series.
I mean, you and I talked about that before we came on the air tonight, that if Ottawa was worried about something, it might be that Austin Matthews hasn't scored yet. You knew he was due, but with all due respect to the goal-scoring phenom, captain of the Toronto Maple Leafs, a lot of guys would have been able to put that in. Great redirection pass from behind the net by Mitch Marner, and Linus Ullmark is looking the wrong way.
Well, you would know how easy it is for guys to score when you're looking the wrong way as a goalie. Played down into the Ottawa zone. Another centering pass blocked. It goes to Lorenz. Lorenz steps in front of the net, tried to find Yarncrook, but it was broken up. And the Senators will break it out with Zetterlund getting it down into the Toronto zone and rolling it wide of the Toronto net. On the near boards. Grabbed off there by Lorenz, played around back of the net for Benoit, pushed ahead at center ice, and Lorenz with skating room now has to kick it ahead because his stick broke. The puck comes back and played to the open wing. Lorenz will get to the bench without any issues. And now here's Sanderson. trying to get across the line. Broken up there at the line by Bobby McMahon. Round on the boards, a centering pass. Good play made by Morgan Riley to break that up. Now Pacioretty into the rush. Pacioretty to the right wing side for Domi. Couldn't get it in front of the net. He had Riley breaking into the rush as well. And the Sens will get it back out at center ice. Played by Gaudette to the near boards, but that's broken up, and Pacioretty is there. Played to the line, not in. Leafs have brought back by Perron. Long shot, directed wide of the goal there by Stolars. He didn't realize where the rebound had went. Now it's cleared by the Leafs down the ice, and this will be an icing call against Toronto. 17-18 to go in the period. The goal comes, 32 seconds into the third period. Marner and Riley, who continues to have a marvelous series, are the assists.
Yeah, Morgan Riley's been outstanding this series. Couple of goals. But I was going to say it's a horrible moment for a goaltender. Those shots that go wide, hit the glass, and then you don't know where they're coming back.
Whether you're getting the direction of the rebound off the glass that you expect, or it's
bouncing in front of you.
Coming off the stanchion and going the wrong way. But what a touch pass by Marner. Tanev playing it up on the wing. Pacioretty bodies his man there against Tkachuk and is able to launch it off the glass and get it out. Good play by the veteran Pacioretty there. Cross the line for Giroux. Got it into the corner. Pacioretty's thunders his man to the ice there as Sanderson went down. Here's to Tkachuk into the corner now. Stützle trying to work out of the corner. Works it back towards the blue line. Sends it back from whence it came. Tkachuk being hounded there by Jake McCabe as it comes to Pacioretty, and he gets it over everyone's head and down the ice, but it'll be an icing, and it'll come back into the Toronto zone with 16:29 to go in the third period. The difference in this team and other years in the playoffs, an icing and you're concerned because they don't handle things well in their own end. This year, it's just no problem. We'll take a face off and everything seems to work out. Now, lots of things can happen, but overall this year, that has been...
That starts to increase, doesn't it?
It does.
With all due respect.
With everything, yeah. But it with Tanev and McCabe and the defense corps, they just do not panic, and they win face-offs, and here they've won another, and Chris Tanev will go to his defense partner. McCabe returns the favor. Tanev makes a pretty good play, getting it back to McCabe. He'll get it off the boards on the left wing, and Matthews gets it out at center. And Nyes outfights his man to play to open ice, but Marner couldn't come up with it. Now it's played around the boards in the Ottawa zone. Played up on the wing and scooped out at center ice by Pinto. And it's to the center ice area. But now here are the Leafs getting it back. And Brendan Carlo hammers it right back down into Ottawa territory. Jensen around back of the net. Starts back up on the right wing. Leafs 2, Ottawa 1. Early goal by Austin Matthews here in the third period. Leafs fans chanting and the Ottawa fans trying to drown them out, but you can see a lot of blue jerseys in the lower bowl specifically. Now it's back down into the Toronto zone. Good check there by Nylander, who broke up the rush, and Morgan Riley's leading the rush. He drops it back for Tavares. He doesn't shoot it. Tavares working back on the near half boards. Tavares to the side with a shot. Blockered away there by Ullmark. Kept in at the point by Nylander. Back in along the boards now for Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg playing it around the boards for Benoit. Benoit will send it back from whence it came. It goes to the far corner. Trying to pinch there was Oliver Ekman-Larsson. He got upended. It comes out into the center ice area, but the Leafs have it under control. Near boards for Benoit. Dropped it back quickly to the right wing side. Steered all the way back into the zone to allow the Leafs to change. And a bad pass comes off the boards down into Ottawa territory. Senators Artem Zub getting it up on the right wing, and it is Gaudette getting it into the Toronto zone. McCabe takes a hit from Cousins but makes the play, and the Leafs get it out at center ice. It's volleyballed ahead with a hand pass to stop play. 14:28 to go in the second period. The Leafs trying to take a stranglehold on this series, up 2-0 now.
And 5.5 minutes into this third period, only the one shot on goal, and that was the Matthews marker in the first minute. You remember that Ottawa's first shot on goal in the third period of Game 2 was their goal. But it came with a little over 5 minutes to go in regulation time. So Leafs did a pretty good job of protecting the lead, although I'm sure Craig Berube would want a little more of a push offensively here in Ottawa.
Against the boards, pushed up on the wing nicely there by Tanev. Leafs get it high to center ice. Nyes knocked his man down, but Matthews couldn't come away with the loose puck. Pass partially blocked by Nyes, gets up on the wing and bumbling there was Mario, and the Leafs take advantage to get it ahead to Marner. Marner to Matthews through center ice, slid into the zone in the right wing corner, and he goes in there after it with a hit against Shabbat. Couldn't get it in front. It hit the back of the net. He had Marner coming down the slot. Zub on the right side for Amadio. Taken into the boards nicely and ridden off the puck by the Maple Leafs winger Bobby McMahon. As it comes to the side of the goal, the Leafs have it under control back of the net with Marner. Marner taking a look, now trying to direct a little bit of traffic. Maybe if I stand here for the next 13 minutes and 27 seconds, no one will come and get me. He now gets it out. The Leafs send it down into the Ottawa zone. There is a rule about that.
Yes.
But I suppose if you keep stick handling and look like you're going with it. Now the Leafs back of the goal. Pacioretty couldn't get it out in front. And Giroux sends a rink-wide pass, and here's Stützle across the line, dropping it off for Tkachuk. And his shot is ramped off the stick of Chris Tanev. What an art that is. He just, okay, you loaded up. I'm just going to put this here at this angle, and we'll face it off over here.
And the reaction by Brady Tkachuk as if, like, you, well, I'm not going to say what I'm pretty sure he said.
It's just public radio. You can't be saying stuff like that. 2-1 in favor of the Leafs. We'll sort it out when we come back. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
It's NFL Draft Week. And
Cheers, hockey fans. Maple Leafs fans, Senators fans. I'm sure there's a few Senators fans in the chat. Well, welcome. Thanks for being here. Now's the time of the show where we need to recognize the amazing donations that we saw in game number 2. What a night it was. The notifications, the emails were coming in. Somebody just donated to you on SickKids.com. Unbelievable. It was so cool. I can't even believe it. Terry Fines, Eric Gutierrez, David Garvin, Haley Lim, Kenji Moore, Mark Duffney, Andrew Hurd, Brandy Gale. Thank you so much for your donations to Sick Kids Hospital over Game 1 and Game 2. Let's make a difference, and let's make it even better. Please donate if you are able, or at least share the link out to somebody who you think might be able to donate, and let's raise a bunch of money. Our goal is $100,000 as we're passing 100,000 subscribers here on Toronto Sports Insider. And I say subscribers, but it's insiders. Because as soon as you hit that subscribe button, you're part of this amazing community making a difference every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs.
Know where to find us. Just make sure you have a take and don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, this show has never changed. We're just back home, and it's great to be there. Sirius 161 XM 206. See you there.
Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Austin Matthews with his first goal of these playoffs from Marner and Riley. At 32 seconds of the period, and the Leafs have a 2-1 lead as they get it down into the zone again, and Lorenz down into the corner. Trying to dig it free for Scott Lawton, who was out in front. Yarncrook got upended, and the Sens will get it out with Tkachuk. Getting it off to Stützle. Long shot by Tkachuk, went well wide. It comes to the point, kept in there as it goes down into the corner. At least OEL got taken off the puck, but now gets his stick back and looks to play it back up on the boards, and they do, and the Leafs are going to get it out with Lawton playing it off on the left wing for Benoit to center ice, and he shoots it in to Ottawa territory. Fourth line has done such a wonderful job in their own end of the rink. They get it out, they get the forecheck going, they spend more time in the other half of the building than they do in their own zone. Shabbat. A pass that's a bad one, but knocked away at center ice. Then shot by Senators into the Toronto zone. Out of the net, Stolars to play it up on the wing, and the Leafs deflect it out at center ice. Not a lot of long stretch passes or anything fancy. The Leafs just trying to gain the zone. And now Tavares has it up against the boards, and Pontus Holmberg turns. He stick handles with it to play it ahead, and Riley, he'll deposit it deep into Ottawa territory. Ullmark leaving it back of the net. Senators can't be upset with Linus Ullmark tonight. He's played very, very well. And really no chance on the go-ahead goal here in the third period. And icing call, I think.
Yeah,
which is being booed by the...
Adam did it, and Chris Tanev a race back into the Leaf zone. Close race. Senators fans don't agree with who the winner was.
Don't know how many Leaf fans are in the building. Obviously, we don't have a camera shot to show the whole rink. But every time they do show a shot of the stands, there's a Leaf fan in it somewhere in the picture. So I got to assume that if it's not half, it's probably a third.
Yeah, I mean, we still saw Senators jerseys at Scotiabank Arena.
Two of them.
Saw both of them.
And now when you do see a crowd shot, there is a lot of blue in the building. Suppose they were going to scare them away with the price of the tickets. Way down into the Ottawa zone. Shot down into the Leaf end. And it is grabbed off by OEL, who gets it up on the wing, and the Leafs battle hard to get it out at center, and Matthews in across the line, stops it up, looks for a little room, sends it down into the corner for Nyes. Nyes trying to get it away there from Sanderson. Left it there for Matthews. Matthews plays around to the far wing, pinching in as the defense. Tanev to keep it in into the near corner. Matthews trying to get it away. Marner does. Sends it back of the net. Zub tangled up there with Nyes. Marner unable to keep it in, and the Sens will get it out at center ice. Amadio had it knocked off his stick, and the Leafs have control in their own zone, and a change of players coming for both teams. Jake McCabe looks for his defense partner, and Tanev with a pass off a stick down into Ottawa territory. Into the corner goes Lorenz after it. Lorenz sweeping it around the boards to the far side. Kept in by Carlo back of the net. Here's the fourth line doing what it does best. Forecheck and keep the puck on the boards in the offensive zone. Scotty Lawton around back of the net. Back to the point. Brendan Carlo lets it go, and it went wide. Now a point shot by Riley is blocked. Carlo keeping it in again. Another shot goes high and wide. Riley with the puck on the near boards. Down in front of the net, a deflection. Another shot blocked there by Ullmark off the shoulder. Lorenz with a great chance. And then he back checks his way to clear it back in. What a shift by, I don't know if you can call them the fourth line anymore.
I don't know if you took a poll right now. Like you said, they might have been bumped up to number 3, but they've been great at both ends of the ice.
Down into the zone. Icing waved off. Stolars plays around the boards to center. Cleared by Tavares to the blue line, but no deeper. And the Senators have it with 9:19 to play in the third. Leafs 2, Ottawa 1. Down into the corner, and overskating the puck was Stützle. Kachuk can't get to it. Tavares chops it ahead. Pontus Ullmark will get it out at center and play it off the boards down into Ottawa territory. Nick Jensen goes back. Long lead pass will be deflected down into the Toronto zone, but Stolars is there to tuck it back to McCabe, who plays it over to Tanev, and here's that dynamic duo getting it out again. Bobby McMahon in with a backhand, and on the short side, that is swallowed up by Ullmark and held for a face-off in the Ottawa zone. Leafs 2, Senators 1. This is Game 3 from Ottawa. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to get in on the action for
I've got all the streams roaring, ready to go. We're having fun here in the chat. Thank you for being part of this amazing community. And just by being here, every single view, every single like, every single subscribe helps this community grow. And in turn, our presence on social media and throughout the world gets even bigger. And man, that donation, crazy. Now let's get back to the chat. Let's have some fun in there. Go Leafs, go! We'll see you back in the chat.
The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
Kachuk has a breakaway. Kachuk is in a goal. Stopped by Stoller.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
It's 2-1 Toronto here in Game 3. Time to take a 3-0 lead. The news isn't as good elsewhere.
Well, it depends on who you're cheering for. The Florida Panthers look to take a 2-0 stranglehold, winning both games in Tampa. It is 2-0. Nate Schmidt scored his third goal of the series early on, and that stood up. I mean, we've seen the Florida Panthers do that, right? Just suffocate you.
But the issue here, at least this season, was Tampa was so much better at home as the shot scores off the rush. Kachuk has it go off a Leaf defenseman's stick and beats Stolarz to tie the game.
And much like Game 2, the first shot of the third period for the Senators finds the net. As the Leafs get caught, the goalie line kind of gets caught in coverage. I don't know if this does go off anybody, Joe. Looking at it from a different angle, it looks like
might have gone off Carlo's stick. I don't know. You might be right, Jimmy. I couldn't tell.
Been a bit of a strain, but Brady Kachuk.
That is their first shot on goal.
Yeah.
First shot on goal in the period. Comes at 11:22, and Kachuk ties the game. So we've got a contest here. Played down into the Toronto zone. Icing waved off. Leafs have it in the near corner, but give the puck away. But they'll get it up on the wing for Nyes. Nyes can't clear as it's back around the boards to the far side. Oliver Ekman-Larsson chipping it ahead. Trying to tip it out. It does. It comes to Nyes on the near wing. He's going to drop it back into his own zone. Brady Kachuk gets the Senators into a tie. Matthews trying to steal the puck in the corner. Had it taken off his stick. Nyes couldn't get to it. McCabe pinches down the boards to try and keep it in, but the Senators get it out. Marner chops it right back in again, and the Leafs have to go back now as the Senators are able to bring it out. Senator fans chanting Brady, Brady. Leaf fans were extending that cheer. Played down into the Toronto zone, and Nylander turns in his own territory. Works it up on the right wing now for Tavares. Back for Willie off his skate. It goes into the near corner. Nylander got it around back of the net, but Tavares couldn't get there in time. And now the Senators break it out at center ice with a pass on the right side for Nick Jensen. Into the slot, a shot. Oh, what a save made there by Stolarz. His best of the game. Back by the Leafs come with Nylander. Dropping for Tavares. Gives it back to Willie. Nylander with a pass in front of the net, and it was deflected. Comes to Riley on the left wing boards. Back to the point to Benoit. Shot. Where's the puck? It goes wide. Centering pass in the goal crease. Knocked away, and it's going to go around back to the net. Leafs come out with it again. Tavares against the boards fighting for it. Leafs keep it in. Benoit long shot. And it's off of Ullmark and taken to safety by Nick Jensen.
Good response by the Leafs and the Tavares line here in the third.
Brought to center with 6:40 to play in the third period. Stolarz out of the net to play it around the boards. Good hit by Benoit to stop up Cousins there. Puck in the corner in the Toronto zone, though. Dug out and played up on the wing, but not out. Back of the net it goes for Perron. David Perron trying to work out in front. Still has it on the near boards. Back of the net it goes for Gaudette. Gaudette to the point. into the slot. Long shot in traffic, deflects wide. Near corner, but good pressure here from Ottawa. Far side for Lorenz. Got it airmailed and high to center ice. Down into Ottawa territory to allow a change of players. Gaudette played it ahead, but it's intercepted. But Marner couldn't get in over the line. Senators will dump it back into Toronto territory. Reversed nicely there by Tanev. Puck comes up on the wing for Matthews. Again, a pass that Marner didn't handle, and it's shot down the ice by Ottawa. And an icing call is coming here against the Senators. Tkachuk from Giroux and Clevin is the scoring play for the Ottawa Senators.
The Senators end up scoring off the rush and then have a great opportunity off the rush right after that. Only 2 shots on goal for Ottawa. One finds the net, and the other one, Anthony Stoller, has had to be sharp to stop Batherson.
Domi scrummed the draw, but the puck goes around back of the net. Sens get it up on the wing, but not out of the zone. It's cleared to the line and will come out at center. Domi will play it back now to the defense, and Carlo will give it to Morgan Riley, who gets it up to Domi off his stick and into the zone. McMahon into the forecheck with a hit there against Clevin. Good hit by Pacioretty, but the puck comes free, and the Sens get it out into neutral ice and will shoot it back into the Toronto zone. And then a hit along the boards, but we can't see anymore. Not sure if there was a additional hit or not, but the puck goes back to the far boards, and it's played back into the Toronto end as the Leafs will change. Jake McCabe looks for his defense partner, then decides to carry it. He'll get it to Tanev. Tanev to Nyes. Nyes didn't get it in deep. And the Senators get back to center ice and shoot it right back in again. Far side for Amadio. Taken to the boards by Chris Tanev. Amadio came out of it, got it back to the point. Shot was blocked. Leafs are going to get it out at center, and it is McCabe carrying it to the red line, bouncing it in wide of the goal. Nyes forces the puck to the end boards, tries to one-hand it to Matthews. He sends it back into the far corner. Marner gets it back to the point, gets it returned, centering pass. Didn't reach Nyes, and it's cleared to center ice by Ottawa, and it'll be Oliver Ekman-Larsson going back. Up ahead for Benoit. Benoit to center. Got it in over the line. Grabbed off by Benoit again and sent into the near corner in the Ottawa zone. Senators play it ahead, and this is ticking down with 3:54 to play in the third. Tied at 2s. Senators across the line. Batherson had it taken away by Pontus Holmberg. Played around the boards then by Ekman-Larsson, and Tavares gets it ahead, and a rink-wide pass springs Morgan Riley. Riley in across the line, dropping for Tavares. Tavares a little stutter step, working around back of the net, keeps the control of the puck, still with it, trying to center to the far side, and Riley had it bounce over his stick. Riley goes back to the blue line with it, though, coming wide on the left with a shot that was blocked by Zub in front of the net. Stützle will take it to safety back of the Ottawa goal and try to start out with it. Tim Stützle to center. In on the left wing. Toe drag move. Didn't make it through with a good block made there by Brandon Carlo. Back comes Pontus Holmberg to center, along with Domi. Domi takes the pass and stops it up. Looks for a man in the corner. Found his man and played around back of the net for Pacioretty. Pacioretty one-handing the puck along the boards. Got Domi's support. Now here's Bobby McMahon trying to come out with it. Back to the point it goes to McCabe. McCabe can't send it D to D. Gets it into the corner. Side of the goal. Pacioretty couldn't tip it out in front. And the Senators have it back in their own zone. Brought to center ice. Ottawa trying to move through neutral ice with Nick Cousins sending it deep into the Toronto end. Out of the net, Stolars for Tanev. A pass to center. Poked to the red line, but not in. It'll come back in on the right wing side and shot in around back of the Toronto goal. That took a bit of a crazy bounce. Good play by Scott Lawton to block a path to the front of the net. And a good hit along the boards that's drawn a little bit of attention. Played back down into the Ottawa zone. Launched high to center ice by the Senators. Corralled by Benoit. D to D pass in his own zone. And Brady Tkachuk must be on the ice. They're chanting his name. Played back into the Toronto zone. Benoit stretching things out. Comes back to his defense partner, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who gets it ahead for Marner. Marner coming through neutral ice. Gave the puck away on a bad pass, but Matthews stole it back. And now Nyes has it on the backhand. Can't get a shot away. Senators overskate the puck. Here's Marner. Tripped in front of Francis Saint-Laurent. No call. Played down into the Toronto zone. Minute 20 to go in the third. I understand it's late in the third period of a tie game. Okay, we'll live with it. But my goodness. Here's Nylander in across the line. Stops up at the near half boards. Paid it back to the blue line for Morgan Riley. He can do no more than to send it down around back of the Ottawa goal with a minute left in regulation time. Holmberg can't keep it in. Senators will play it down into the Toronto zone. Stolar's out of the cage, looks around, plays it into the corner, but it's blocked by Stützle. Centering pass back to the point. Jensen to the far side, and the shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Good play by Tavares to get it to the line, but not out. Played to the far side, and now Tanev will make sure it gets out to Pontus Holmberg to center. Holmberg will flip in and go to the bench, and it is the fourth line that's out there now for the Leafs, and Yarncrook into the forecheck. Back of the goal for Nick Jensen. 23 seconds left in the period. Played high to center ice. Bouncing puck played back into the slot area and out at center and down to the Ottawa blue line. 13 seconds left. We're possibly heading to overtime. Centering pass comes back on the wing. Shot by Giroux. Blocked. Another shot blocked by Benoit. Into the corner. 3 seconds. He's going to try and pin it there, and he'll do just that. We're going to overtime for the second game in the series. Second consecutive game in the series.
Again, you've got Scott Laughton and former teammate Claude Giroux giving each other rapid punches and the period. So this very similar to what we saw in game number 2, where the Leafs had the lead in the third period. Ottawa would score on their first shot on goal. This time it was still past the midway mark of the period. And that's going to be enough to send it to overtime as the captains split goals in the third.
But the Leafs did a great job of shutting that period down, except for that one play, right? 4-2.
Just off the
4-2,
rush.
the shots on goal favoring Toronto.
And I would say 95 times out of 100, Anthony Stolarz makes that save, or Carlo gets a piece of it.
Yeah. Anyway, we're going to overtime, and that means that Eilish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert have to work overtime, too. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590.
Shelley Roll, Dylan Scott, Dasha, Luke Combs, and more will light up the desert at Stagecoach.
What's up, Insiders? We're going to overtime again. That's right. Oh, man. There you go, Ryan. Yeah, check your email, man, because you got those tickets for the New York City game. Let me know about Montreal, because I still haven't even listed them yet because I've been so busy. Andrew Hurd, 100K. I love those emojis. Come on, buds. We got to just get this goal here going into overtime. I have to do dad duty. And, yeah, this is going to be very, very fun. Overtime should be starting in about 17 minutes or so. Make sure you refill the drinks. And, hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Everybody that's listening to this game right now, we have 3,000 people in the chat right now. I know there's a hell of a lot of Maple Leafs fans out there. Hit that subscribe button and turn on the bell. What are you doing? How have you not done that already? Look at all these people in the chat. There's Pike. He's been around. Pike's Wrath. He's been around for a very long time. Well, I say a long time. I mean, I started this channel back in 2021, but we really got going last year in 2024, the end of 2023, the start of that season, actually, for the Bloods. Let's get back to cheering on our Leafs. We need it in overtime. Go Leafs, go. Make sure you get your answer in on that poll. Would the broadcasting be better if Joe and Jim were in the building? Yes, big difference, 79%. No, save the money, MLSE, 21%. All right. Interesting takes. Here comes the intermission report. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Who's getting that goal, Insiders? Who's getting that goal? Come on, buds. Go Leafs, go. Go Leafs, go. Hey, there's Dave Strange again. Another super chat from Dave. Thank you, Dave. 100% of all super chats tonight right to SickKids Hospital in that donation coming up Man, let's see if Max Domi can do it again. They're showing the replay there. Now they're showing Maple Leaf Square. Wow. Go Leafs, go.
We're there. So we're headed to overtime in this game as it is tied up 2-2. Wow. It started out great for the Leafs. Matthews gets goal 30 seconds in the period, and that was an absolutely phenomenal pass by Mitch Marner. That is highlight reel. It is... Those two have a connection where they don't have to be looking at each other. They know how to make the pass. So it was a gorgeous pass by Marner. Great finish by Matthews. Allmark didn't even know what hit him. And felt good about the period for the Leafs. But Brady Tkachuk gets on the scoreboard as well. And we're headed to OT.
Yeah, it's deceptive when the goaltender is looking the complete opposite direction of where the puck is or the shot is coming from. And that was the case with Linus Allmark checking over his right shoulder as Austin Matthews beats him by his left shoulder. A great goal, a great play from Mitch Marner. Little shocked to learn that it was the 24th postseason goal or Stanley Cup playoff goal for Austin Matthews playing in his 58th game. It's reasonable production, despite a lot of people hand-wringing about his production in the postseason. And I'm not trying to say that he's been quietly very good, but that's quite a few goals. I thought he would have had less than that. So his 24th of the postseason, his first of this postseason. Now all 4 core 4 members on the board here. So something to build on. I mean, the stakes here are massive. Leafs go up 3-0 with the next goal, or it's 2-1 and Ottawa's got a home date to try and tie the series. This is an ultimate swing opportunity for this series, a chance to deliver a dagger if you're the Maple Leafs and a real shot of life if you're Ottawa.
Yeah, you're right. This is the most important period of the Sens season in a sense, right? You get this period of time, whatever it is, if it's 20 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, to score the next goal. And that shifts everything in your favor if you do. A 2-1, you get a home date on Saturday where it won't just be Leaf fans. You'll have your own team in the barn, your own fans there, because they'll believe that, hey, you can make this 2-2. But if you lose this overtime, it is going to be Leafs mania on Saturday night, and it feels like, 1-2-3 Cancun?
Potentially, at least an opportunity to sweep would be a pretty
you're not going to that game if you're a Sens fan.
I think you would if you were a Sens fan.
Yeah, but I'm not normal.
That is true.
I think if you're down 3-0 and you could sell your ticket for a hot $1 on Saturday, you're not going.
If it pays for next seasons, then it might be worth it. But we'll get there if we get there. The reason the Ottawa Senators are still in this is because Brady Tkachuk scored on the first Ottawa Senators shot of the period, and it happened pretty late in the period.
That's just what happened last game.
Yeah, over the 10-minute mark, 11:22 of the period. So the Maple Leafs were executing really, really well. They score early, which has kind of been a theme in these playoffs so far. Get an early lead. They get back the early lead in the third period, and they basically shut down Ottawa until just, an offensive zone face-off loss, a quickly break out, and kind of a bad goal on Anthony Stolarz. Not kind of, a pretty bad goal on Anthony Stolarz. I guess it goes through a little bit of a screen, a little bit of a misplay from Brandon Carlo being sort of half in and half out of the lane. But nonetheless, it's a shot from distance that Anthony Stolarz probably should have had. Not a great goal for him to give up in that spot, but standing around for 11 minutes, I can kind of get why the reaction time wasn't what it needed to be.
They've got some sort of plan there. Just lull Stolarz to sleep, and then their first shot of the third goes in. It's worked twice. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get you set for the overtime period. Leafs Sens 2-2 after 60 minutes. You're listening to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey. On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey, Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. We're getting you set for overtime in the next 10-ish minutes. It'll be Leafs Sens for the second consecutive game, headed to free hockey after a 2-2 tie after 60 minutes. While we're waiting, let's take a look at the other games in action. We have one final and one underway. The NHL scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
Yeah, a bit of a caution here for fans of teams in the Atlantic Division, for which there are two in the game we are broadcasting. Well, more than two fans, two teams, of which there have several fans each. Maybe more so for
Good clarification.
Anyway, the Florida Panthers look very good. They look like they looked last year when they won the Stanley Cup. They win a high-scoring game in Game 1. They shut out the Lightning in Game 2. 2-0 is the final, so they will go back to Florida, or more specifically, stay within
They're
Florida.
part of Florida.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida, with a 2-0 series lead and two home games right in front of them. So Panthers on a bit of a roll here to start the playoffs despite a terrible stretch entering the postseason. One other game on, the Wild were up 2-0, but Vegas just scored a bad goal on Philip Gustafson. So Alex Pietrangelo will get Vegas on the board. It's been all Minnesota for the last 4-ish periods, tying the series in Vegas and now taking a lead in Game 1 in Minnesota. But the Wild have left the door open here with Alex Pietrangelo scoring that goal. Still to come tonight, St. Louis Blues need a win. They're hosting the Winnipeg Jets. They're down 2-0 in their series. Winnipeg trying to move one step closer to getting some rest before the winner of Colorado and Dallas emerges.
Okay, you know what? We've never got to do this before. What are your OT picks?
I'll let you lead. You got something?
Okay. So I was inspired earlier when the crowd at Canadian Tire Center was chanting, Matthews Balding. And
is that exactly what the chant was?
Yes.
Okay. That's pretty rude.
It is really rude. Like, that's a shot to the heart.
Yeah, it would hurt.
And then he went out and scored.
Yeah. You called it. You did call it.
I did call it right in the room. You heard it. And I think that he's super motivated and he's going to pot the next goal.
Oh, you think the chance will produce?
No. I just think he's around.
I'd say the chance could yield 2 goals.
It could.
Okay, so you got Matthews, and will you dare pick a Senators player?
I will dare pick a Senators player, and I will dare pick. Oh my God, let's go most realistic, and then I'll give you like Galaxy brain.
Okay, let's hear it.
I will go with. I was going to say.
Do you have the Galaxy brain?
I do. It was going to be Michael Amadio, former Leaf.
Okay, that's been a proven
Adam
thing.
Gaudette, former Leaf.
Michael Amadio has been quite quiet in this series so far.
No, I know that's not a real pick, but it is kind of like a tough Leafs pick. I'll go Dylan Cousins.
Okay, I'll go Timmy Stu. If it's like the ultimate,
he'll dive his way into it.
Yeah, if it's the ultimate, like okay, things are working against us suddenly again. If you're a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, I think Timmy Stu's getting involved in a game in which he's been quite involved in many ways.
Great one.
Embellishing being one way that he's been involved. And for the Maple Leafs, I'll take Scott Laughton.
Oh, I love that.
Take Scott Laughton.
That's a passion pick. Domi the other night, Scott Laughton tonight. Who needs the OT winner the most on the Maple Leafs right now?
I don't know if anyone needs it.
Somebody needs it.
Do you have a name?
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I mean, it would probably do wonders for a guy like Max Pacioretty, who's been quiet in this game. But does he need it? If I had to handpick who would get it, I'd give it to Mitch Marner.
Yeah, then maybe it'll be Mitch Marner.
Maybe it will. He's had his moment of brilliance tonight, though.
He sure has. All right. A couple more minutes to talk.
What haven't you liked about this game?
I really didn't like the second period. It was hard to watch hockey. Stop, start, penalties, just poorly run. It was just a poorly run period. That period, 0 penalties, better hockey. Leafs had more flow. Leafs looked better. They were playing better hockey. Just there was no penalties called. You could just watch the hockey game. That's what I liked.
Yeah, I mean, this is there's been a lot of talk about what Maple Leaf games are supposed to look like, right? And they do look different. They certainly look different than what they did with Sheldon Keefe. But the Maple Leafs get an early lead in that third period, as you mentioned, 30 seconds in. They allow 2 5-on-5 shots in the period. One of them goes into the back of the net. Now, that's not a commentary on Anthony Stolarz. He's been great in this series so far. But, they're not leaving much of a window for the Senators with that, but they're also producing pretty thin margins. The margins have been thin since game one got a little bit out of hand. And it leaves you open for, one sort of misplay on a rush and one bad goal to put you in a situation like this. And not to say that they should be chasing it more. This is how the Maple Leafs are going to play, but they don't separate that much from the opponent, at least anymore, when things are going well. So even in games when they've done a lot of things right, it could flip and turn very quick.
All right. For the first time in history, there'll be back-to-back playoff overtime games in the Battle of Ontario. We'll send it over to Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph, who will have the call of OT next. You're listening to Most Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs and Senators coming back onto the ice. Second consecutive game to require overtime. Max Domi was the hero a couple of nights ago at 3:09 of the overtime period from Simon Benoit, who is going to be the hero tonight. Giroux and Tkachuk have scored the goals for Ottawa. They are on the outside of Nyes and Matthews scoring for Toronto. Nyes with his second, Matthews with his first. The Giroux goal came on a 5-on-3 power play opportunity for Ottawa in the second period, after a scoreless first. Shots favor Ottawa 20-18 after 3 periods of play. Just 4-2 for Toronto in the third period as the Leafs tried to lock things down and pretty much did that, I would have to say.
Yeah, and right after they scored on their first shot, Anthony Stolarz was forced to make a pretty important right pad save to keep this game tied at 2.
So it goes to overtime. Don't get excited. That's a replay that we're hearing the replay noise from the crowd as we watch the teams get ready here on our television monitors.
I believe it's the third overtime game between these two clubs in the Battle of Ontario
puck is
in
dropped.
Ottawa.
And the Sens will get it to the red line and shoot it in. Stolarz slows it up and stops it back at the goal and gives it off to Brandon Carlo. Carlo playing it ahead, and it'll get out at center and down into Ottawa territory. Zub plays it up on the boards. Pinching there was Marner, kept alive on the near boards then by Matthews, but it pokes its way to center, and Carlo will stretch things out with Marner going back deeper into his own territory. Marner for Brandon Carlo, who comes up the right wing boards, waits for teammates and sends it in. Pontus Holmberg off a change, will deflect it around to the far corner, but the Senators get it there and get it out into neutral ice. Puck is swept back by Toronto, but brought in over the line by Shane Pinto. He got around one man, but can't get around Tanev. Reverses the puck there for Jake McCabe. He outweights the forecheck, finds Tanev. Tanev outlets ahead, and now Nylander circling back in his own end. Played it off on the left wing side for McCabe. Back it comes for Tanev. Tanev trying to find Nylander, but the pass was out of his reach. Senators have it in their own zone. Moving right to left are the Senators. Leafs intercept and get the puck in over the line. A pass on the wing for Domi. And he took a shot on the short side on a fairly sharp angle. Hey, Axel's got to feel good about overtime. Why not try it? And Ullmark makes a fairly easy save.
Yeah, I do believe the 2 previous goal scorers in overtime in that building were Mike Fisher and Matt Sundin. Remember, Sundin's was the goal that gave the Leafs a 1-0 win in game 1. And that was a series they swept, and a lot of people thought the Leafs were going to get swept. Ottawa had a much better regular season.
Face off to the right of goaltender Ullmark. And puck not dropped. Now it is, and the Leafs win the draw. Shot by Benoit, scores! Benoit! Holy Mackinac of all people! He sets up the winner in Game 2! He wins Game 3! Simon Benoit!
Van Orr. Face off one straight back. And I don't know if this goes off as Senator, if it's a screen, but Allmark didn't flinch. And Simon Benoit just blasted it from the left point. Right in front of the Leaf bench. 20 shot on goal for Toronto. And Joe, I was about to say a little earlier, both teams obviously you have some nervousness in overtime. But Ottawa knows what this means. This was just... Everyone went to the front of the net. And Allmark does not see this. Matthews goes to the front. Nyes goes to the front. Couple of Senators with them.
This is Corey Cross all over again. All over again. Simon Benoit has scored six career goals in the regular season in 279 games. He scores the biggest goal of his career. He kind of got the shoo-shoo on the celebration of the Domi goal, right? He was over by himself. There is no shoo-shoo here tonight. Simon Benoit is the scoring hero, and the Leafs win it by a score of 3-2.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Ottawa, twice, back-to-back games, they battle back in the third period to tie it, to send it to overtime. But we've talked about it, and we know this is just the beginning of what is hopefully going to be a long road. There is a composure about this team that you never feel. Like you said, even last game, they give up that goal late, and you'd feel the oh no,
here it comes.
Here now we've blown another lead. What's the playoffs again?
They don't flinch.
No, and yet, they just seem to rise to the moment. And Anthony Stolarz, what's that, 11 straight now? Mm-hmm. Even though he gave up a horrendous 2 goals in this game.
Oh, boy.
And was outstanding.
That goals against average is going to get inflated way past the 1.95. At any rate, the Leafs win it in overtime. And we've got the 3 stars of the game, and they are brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Can I do the first star? Can I do the first star?
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Third star.
Bobby Hastings.
Third star, I'm going to go Ottawa, Brady Tkachuk. He scores the big goal in the third period. He was a force, whether you like him or not. And everybody said he's the type of player that is built for the postseason. Scores a big goal. Looked like he got hurt at one point in the second period. But battled back to play. And Brady Tkachuk, star number 3 for the Ottawa Senators. Star number 2, that's the hard one.
Yeah, it is.
Because there were a lot of guys that I thought contributed, both offensively and defensively.
Mitch Marner had 2 assists.
But you know what? Austin Matthews, first goal of the postseason. It was a big one early in the third at the time, and a big goal at the time early in the third period. I'll go star number 2, and why not? Mr. Overtime.
Absolutely.
Simon Benoit with the overtime blast.
You know what?
But he's also...
I picked him too for first star.
But the thing is, you can still look at how he played defensively and say he's in the mix.
Yes.
Blocking shots, being physical, really good along the boards and heavy with some big hits for the Leafs. But we got to throw him the bouquet simply because his blast through a maze finds the back of the net, and Austin Matthews as well with a big face-off win on the Benoit goal. So Leafs take a stranglehold in the series, and we will see if they can put it away on Saturday night.
Well, they'll get an opportunity on Saturday evening. We will have that game for you at 7 o'clock. We hope that you will join us. Until then, plenty to talk about, plenty to celebrate. And Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert are coming your way. Final score, the Leafs 3, Ottawa 2 in overtime. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on.
Fantasy Sports Radio is introducing you to the future stars of fantasy football at the NFL Draft.
To every child and family who've needed us since 1875, and all who support us, our hospital needs no introduction. But just in case, it's SickKids. And it's our 150th birthday. Our mission has always been healthier children, a better world. The first children's hospital in Canada, SickKids. Pasteurizing milk to prevent disease 30 years before it was mandatory. The heart-lung machine that transformed open heart surgery. A pediatric kidney transplant in 1969. SickKids. SickKids and SickKids. We discovered the gene for cystic fibrosis so patients live longer lives. And we just created the world's first Atlas of Cancer using machine learning to analyze 13,000 variations. Today, the hospital sees over 130,000 patients a year. We're a research powerhouse, a training magnet, attracting nearly 600 clinical and research fellows from around the globe every year. And we're the #1 publicly funded children's hospital in the world. We're celebrating 150 years of excellence, driven by philanthropy. What's next? Thanks to donors like you, we're going to keep healing Canada and the world, and we're going to heal the future.
Can work?
Yes, but it's early. Haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. And Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Rebound, Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
And puck not dropped. Now it is, and the Leafs win the draw. Shot by Benoit, scores! Benoit! Holy Mackinac of all people! He sets up the winner in Game 2. He wins Game 3. Simon Benoit!
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Maple Leafs, Simon Benoit, the OT hero, and it's a 3-0 series lead, and they're up against the ropes, Justin.
Yeah, that being the Ottawa Senators. After that great call from Joe Bowen, he mentioned Corey Cross, and if I remember any headline in a Toronto paper from my youth, it was Cross one off, because Corey Cross, like Simon Benoit, didn't score any goals, but broke a 2-2 deadlock in a Game 3 with an overtime winner, just like
That's
Simon
amazing.
Benoit in 2001, April 16th. So a couple days late tonight, but an unbelievable moment. Like Simon Benoit is now the stuff of
He's a
legends,
hero.
getting an assist in overtime and winning a game in overtime to lead the Leafs to a 3-0 series lead. The most unexpected guy to do it for the Maple
amazing.
Leafs has done it, and now the Leafs are in pole position.
Get your Simon Benoit Conn Smythe bets ready, folks. Too early. Okay, that was
Too early.
There's a lot to break down.
Maybe this is the right time,
Yeah,
if ever.
There's a lot to break down. Of course, we'll send it to Leafs Talk in just a moment. But if there is a Game 5, we will have it, and we will have it on 680 News next Tuesday night. We will make sure you know how to listen and when to listen. But the Leafs could also just win this thing on Saturday night. So if that's the case, we'll see you in round 2. In the meantime, we'll send it. Wouldn't that be crazy? Anyway. We'll send it to Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee. Thanks for listening to Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Talk, JD Bunkus, Sam McKee, and Justin Bourne. The Leafs take a stranglehold of the series thanks to the god of overtime, Simon Lafleur, who bombs it from the point after another face-off win from Austin Matthews. Sammy, you're the man who christened him with this nickname. We got to start with you.
And the ghosts of Corey Cross rain down from the Corel Center ceilings. And the best sixth defenseman in the league, according to Kevin Bieksa, hammers a absolute flutter puck from the top of the circle. Seeing eye shot, hits the back of the net. And 2 games in a row, you get the feeling of the Toronto Maple Leafs beating the Ottawa Senators. The Ottawa Senators clearly gave them the best punch they had tonight. They were desperate in the first period. Leafs neutralized it, played a great game for the rest of the game. And I think the deserving team ends up winning it. And boy, to be sitting here doing a show up 3-0 in a series, I didn't know that was allowed as a Leaf fan, but I got to tell you, fellas, it feels pretty good. I'm feeling quite happy about that at this very moment.
Yeah. What'd you feel?
He just never nervous, that guy. Hey, he just I don't know. It seems pretty unflappable. He's the same player in all situations. That's pretty awesome. I would say when these games are close, when Ottawa's looking for one, I just feel like who's supposed to get them that goal? Like I said that regrettably in a group chat not long before Brady Tkachuk scored, but that was again their first shot 12 minutes into the third period. When it gets down to these like next goal win scenarios, I know Domi and Benoit aren't exactly the guys you expect to break it open, but it does feel like with Ottawa, who's supposed to do it? Like they don't have the elite scoring right now that Toronto does.
Well, I just think for me, it's what has Toronto been aching for these last couple postseasons, right? It's been secondary scoring. And yes, it's Austin Matthews who wins the faceoff, and all the credit to him. He was great in the dot tonight. 13 wins, 7 losses in the faceoff circle, and none more crucial than that one. But they've been dying for moments from guys like this. Like, this is a playoff formula. You're not going to get everything from your top 4 players, your top 5 players, if we're including Matthew Nyes now in that conversation, which I think they should. You've been waiting for little memorable moments where guys become playoff heroes, where guys become legends because they have games like this. Like, I actually thought Simon Benoit was, again, very quality tonight. But I love what you said about the confidence, because what Bill Simmons as the irrational confidence guy, that is absolutely Simon Benoit when it comes to his offensive game. And I don't think he's shooting to score there, if I'm being dead honest. I think he's shooting there to be like, hey, there's traffic. Maybe it'll hit somebody. Maybe somebody's going to tip it in. But it goes in, and he makes the right play, and he's decisive about it. And boom, Toronto's up 3-0 in the series.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Sammy.
Well, I was just going to say that I couldn't have loved his game anymore tonight. If this didn't happen, if he didn't score, he was going to be one of the main stories of the breakdown tonight too, because the Leafs have 2 really good pairs right now. Carlo and Riley and Tanev and McCabe are playing really, really well. Specifically in game 2 and game 3, I thought both those pairs are really good. But, it's easy to kind of take away from what Oliver Ekman-Larsson and Simon Benoit are doing. And Simon Benoit is just in a dogfight every shift. Like, guys he's just digging pucks out in extreme battles. It feels like every shift, nose to nose with Brady Tkachuk, just like doing all the little things that, you need an absolute butcher on your team. You need a guy like this that's just not afraid to get his nose dirty, goes to the areas with big, scary guys and is willing to just bump bodies with them. And I just thought he was brilliant in this game before this goes in the net. Like, I'm really, really happy that he had some moments this year. They've brought him out and, put him back in the lineup or whatever, but they stuck with him when there was a lot of people throughout the year saying they should put Myers in. They should give him some run. And they stuck with Benoit, and it obviously built his confidence, and he's been really, really good for 3 games. And this is just like, on a personal level, you mentioned about Domi, like, what a moment for this guy. Like, this guy was a cast off from the crappy Ducks. Like the Ducks, who are a horrible team, are not going anywhere. They cut him. Brad Treliving signs him. And now he's scoring an overtime winner in the Battle of Ontario in Ottawa to put you up 3-0. Like, it's just amazing. On a personal level, that's just an incredible story.
It is. We were trying to break down, where this game was at partway through it. And I was thinking, the Leafs don't really have anyone going. Their top line has been fine. Like, no one was bad, but like the Marner Matthews line was just okay. Tavares and Nylander stunk out loud, and I'll get mad at him in a little bit. But, they were okay to not okay. They didn't really have anyone going. But their defense from top to bottom, all they do is disrupt plays with long sticks, little pokes, like it just looks so frustrating to be around Carlo, to be around OEL. How many guys look like they have a step on 95 and then that long stick comes out of nowhere?
Same with Carlo.
And it's crazy, right? So, that to me keeps them in every game. And there was a point, the Leafs ended up playing great and were the better team, I would say, overall. But there was a point in that game where they weren't the better team, and their D just kept kind of breaking things up and, not letting grade A chances happen. That keeps them in hockey games.
Well, I think, again, this is just the identity of the team that we talked about last game, where they're able to lock it down, right? What was it when Ottawa ended up getting that shot from Brady Tkachuk? 11 minutes into the third? 12 minutes into the third?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And it's the same thing where you're almost at this point, if you're the Leafs, you're like, hey, maybe let Stolarz feel one early so he doesn't have to sit there.
Maybe isn't the best recipe after all.
Yeah. For 3 hours of just not seeing a shot. It always reminds me of just like the Mighty Ducks movie where I think it's Goldberg just circling the net. Like, dude, no. That's Anthony Stolarz right now, because he just doesn't have to do really anything. And I'm really happy that the Leafs bailed him out, that Benoit bails him out with that goal, because obviously you need a save on that one, right?
Yeah.
Tkachuk, it's a bit of a deceptive shot in transition, but like that's the kind of looks that Ottawa's getting, right? Like you kind of have to take that one, because to your point, Borny, when Ottawa is trying to drive it to the outside, and you see this over and over again to try and create offense, they're getting disruptive. There was one play early in the game that I just like fawned over, which was Oliver Ekman-Larsson. It's Tim Stützle bearing down on him, full head of steam. And what does he do? Exactly what you're talking about. Breaks it up with the stick and then forces him to the outside. And then what happens? Get a body on the boards, win the puck battle, and then simple, easy clear. And it feels like rinse, repeat over and over and over again for Toronto with that style of play of like, hey, we're going to force you to the outside. Then someone's going to poke the puck off your stick. Yeah. Then we're going to take it away from you, and it's going to go the other way. And so you're right. I don't think anyone was spectacular tonight from the forward group, right? Like, who really stuck out? I got a couple of minor positives. And I think that the coach agrees with me, because here's a stat for you. Guess how many forwards tonight were over 20 minutes?
Not zero.
Correct.
Really?
Zero.
I mean,
wow.
If you're looking
for a game that went to overtime too, I guess there's not much overtime.
Yeah.
But
they
settle the biggest differences between Keefe and Berube, that might be the first, like that might be the biggest one ever. Like that's
they're looking for tonight. Keefe had Marner out there for 32.
That's unheard of.
But normally, like I just think that part of that was they liked playing that defensive style. They wanted to keep bodies fresh. They liked a lot more what they were seeing from the third or fourth line. I don't know what to call it. We used to call it the Domi line because we don't know if they're the third or fourth line anymore.
Yeah.
But the Domi line played way better tonight, I thought. Like they actually generated some chances. You felt Pacioretty's impact physically in this game. You also felt just his ability to hold on to the puck in the offensive zone when there's someone that actually touches him, which is, not a Nick Robertson staple. His is more space and time. Pacioretty is just like, you can be hanging off my back. I'm going to make something happen. So I think that part of it was a byproduct of no line was spectacular, but no line was killing you. And you were trying to keep fresh legs out there, short shifts to kill the game. And it was working for you defensively. But another part was that, I think Berube was searching a little bit, Borny.
Yeah. The Lawton line I thought was really good doing their job too, right? Like Lawton, I messaged you guys, I think that group chat where just the PK, I thought Lawton was out there for both times. They only had 3 players on the ice and he was excellent. Got in lanes. He held on to the puck more in the O-zone. Like that line has some value. And so if those lines can keep their head above water, get some looks, like they almost scored, both the Domi and the Lawton line almost scored tonight. They're kind of doing their thing and they're hanging around these games. I also think right now, like Tkachuk has some sort of groin thing going on. Greg, they were saying, was maybe like not 100% to go tonight. I'm not sure if that's just illness
Jensen
or what.
Too.
What's that?
Yeah.
Jensen too.
Like, the Leafs are in a good spot here, boys. I know it's you never want to say that about the Leafs, but like at this point, things look pretty optimal so far.
Yeah, I would say that the crazy how much bigger and better and more impactful the bottom six felt with just inserting one guy. Like I know Nick, whatever, he is what he is, but just putting Max Pacioretty in there, and I think we showed it in our first highlight pack there, on his first shift of the game, he just crumples one of the 6'5" defensemen, like immediately just sends him to the ice immediately, his first shift of the game, right? That line, like you said, the zone time, they were just able to cycle it better. Pacioretty is just like a veteran NHL player, and Berube said this morning that like his reasoning for it was he's big, he's a veteran, it's going to be a tough game.
Yeah, that turned out to be the things that he brought.
He was exactly right. He pushed the exact right
simpler
button.
than we make it.
Yeah, I had to listen to Sheldon Keefe go on for 15 minutes every morning talking about every intricacy, and Craig Berube's like, yeah, he's big and he's old and he's heavier than some of these guys, so he's going in. Like, you know what? It's a refreshing difference.
There's a couple things with that. One is I think the Leafs are actually the heaviest team in the NHL. Like,
they were top few last I checked.
Yeah, I think that they are by weight the biggest and tallest team in hockey. And when you are trying to have the identity of, hey, we're tough to play against and we're tough to hold leads, I think that there is just something to adding a player of Pacioretty's size and skill set to that mix to continue to balance out your roster. But, the other part of this, Borny, that I wanted to bring up with you with Pacioretty to kind of hone in on him for a second with that line, because I think that hitting is just it can be a little contagious with Bobby McMahon, because I think that he playing on a line with another big guy who was throwing the body around felt like he was more engaged in the physical play. Domi was certainly going to the net a little bit more, but Pacioretty, I don't want to make too much of this, he's this huge gravitational player, but where he operates is not this transition guy. He plays the way Toronto wants to: dump it in, chase the puck down, go and get it, hold it down behind the net, and then guys kind of pulling in slowly to him. And to the point about the physical play, do you guys obviously remember Kyle Clifford coming in and burying, I can't remember who it was, from behind and taking the 5-minute major right away. And the Leafs survived that penalty, and it was awful. He gets tossed from the game. Pacioretty obviously comes in with a mandate to be like, hey, you got to go out there and be physical and be hit. But he never did anything stupid, because he is an actual high caliber hockey player who's played in games like this and been more than just a physical guy. So he brought energy, but he also knew how to play within it, which I thought was critical with Pacioretty tonight.
Yeah, totally agree with that. It's funny, as a player, when you come to the rink and you see the lines put on the board, or whether it's the morning or usually morning skate, and you know who you're playing with, there are certain guys who are like, doesn't matter, you're going to get the same player. And then there's certain guys, I was one of them, who you would get more out of if I felt good about it. There's a couple of guys I wanted to play with. I liked the way they played. You're like, all right, tonight's something. I have thought at times that Max Domi is that guy. Bobby McMahon might be that guy too. He might be a guy who looks at his line and goes, okay, it's Tavares, Nylander, watch me go. And then you put him down with a couple of guys he doesn't really love, and he's like, I'm just not of any use here. He seemed more engaged with Pacioretty on his line tonight. And then you have Domi out there feeling good about himself, who's a disher with 2 shooters. So, I what's funny is I really want David Kampf to get in this series, but there's just no one to take out for him. It's the Leafs have 14 NHL forwards this year. No year we've done this show could we say that same thing.
No, they really do feel extremely deep. And there's just, like you said, the camp thing. There's no, I thought if you were ever going to do it, it was going to be tonight, because you were looking for more defensive look with the defensive zone draws or whatever. But now that you won this one, you just obviously run back out this exact same lineup for Game 4 on Saturday night, which is pretty exciting, with a chance to win the series in 4 games. But I love the Patches contributions tonight. Can we talk about that unbelievable pass by Mitch Marner to Austin Matthews tonight?
I want to get to that line. I just, the last thing on the depth for me is simply, that's what playoff teams are, right? We talk about this every year, is if you're gonna go on a deep run, you're gonna sustain some injuries. So if you're David Kampf, you got to stay ready. If you're Nick Robertson, obviously you've got a lot of experience with getting scratched. You got to stay ready. Somebody's likely to go down at some point, and that is actually, again, one of the hallmarks, and what is the nice thing to kind of tie it back to what we were discussing earlier about how all of a sudden there are guys chipping in this series with offensive production and big moments, is that you also look at them and you're like, wow, they really are 6 defensemen deep. They are 2 goaltenders deep. And now they've got so many forwards that it actually feels like tough decisions for them tonight. But yeah, let's talk about the first line, because I thought that if we're doing themes that connect also from the last game, it was another game where I thought a centerman and his line were probably leaving you a little wanting throughout the contest. And then that same centerman comes up with a huge goal. Sammy?
Yes, I sent some incendiary tweets and text about potentially needing an impact from Austin Matthews to kind of win this game. And they came out on the first shift and they had multiple chances. And they were so good. But I mean, if you're watching on YouTube Sportsnet Plus, this like Marner off the boards, off the walls, clearly we saw it in the Four Nations where he kicks it off his skate, puts it on McDavid's stick to shoot it in the net for a massive goal. Here, it's just, again, it's a deft touch off the boards onto the stick. And the visual of Linus Ullmark looking the other way while the best shooter in the league is firing it into a wide open net is really funny. That's a tough. I hope that there's some really the photography and all the sort of coverage of this and the social media stuff. It's all incredible. I'm really hoping that's an incredible sort of picture there. I'm hoping for a really good photographer shot of that.
No.
Like there's
just
never been a bigger gimme.
You know what's crazy is like you can angle that puck off the boards by having your stick just at a certain angle, but Marner knows it's not going to get to him fast enough, and he actually puts a little oomph onto the pass, which if you haven't played hockey, maybe you don't understand what it's like. That pass goes backwards off his blade with force. I don't even understand. Like, you could sit me back there for an hour, and I don't know if I could get that pass to that spot as fast as he gets it there. And Matthews made no mistake. Perfectly placed shot.
Lorne, I've watched it. I would say I've seen this play now 15 to 20 times.
Yeah.
And I still don't really understand the physics of it. And like there's Sam, to your point about where Ullmark is looking, it's like for a reason.
Yeah. It's like fair. I can't even blame him. Like,
yeah.
It's like what's he supposed to do?
Yeah. Why would he ever look over to the other way? It's a nice rim by Riley. It's good position. I think that's good line chemistry of just everyone knowing where to go. It's a bunch of dudes that have played together for a million times. What I will say too with this play, because they just showed it again. And each time my reaction is the same, where I'm like, "You're a wizard, Harry." Like it doesn't make any sense to me. But they win some battles before that, which are crucial to the play. Like they never give up on it, and that is always been one of the hallmarks of having Matthews and Marner together, is that they are disruptors, and they don't do it again. They're never going to be Brady Tkachuk, right? Like they're not going to force the turnovers by putting you through the glass and having your defenseman shaken up and then rip the puck away from you and drive it to the net. But if you look at this play, if we run it one more time from like the very beginning of it, I think Marner maybe wins 2 and Matthews wins 1, right? Like here's Marner down, working in the corner, gets it out in front. There's another one here. Boom. Matthews sticks with it, finds a way to get it, gets it back to him.
Really
and
good.
Then, yeah, exactly. And it's like, this is what is starting all of this play. So it's 1 each then. So, and then finally the wizardry. So it's not just the beautiful play from these guys. It's the complete package from those guys, which is their ability to turn you over, their attention to detail, and then the all-world skill.
I think Marner had the most pass disruptions, like Sportlogic or Stathletes has some funny stats like that of any forward. Like his stick, part of it is he kills penalties, but he's just really good at anticipating plays. And Matthews is a top takeaway guys. I would say when coaches say heavy stick, that's Matthews. Him and another guy into a battle, he gets under sticks. He's strong. He's able to win pucks. So it is a major strength of theirs. I would like to see those things we're talking about result in more zone time, though.
Yes.
Like I'd like to see them have more shifts where they don't end up in their own end. I find that with Tavares, too. He wins pucks, and then he wants to shoot it right away. And particularly when you're up a goal, I think we talked about this on last Leafs Talk. Let's just hang on to it a little bit. Wait to find those openings and wait for the moments, because they're playing great, but a little bit more patience probably makes it easier. You can defend a lot less.
Okay, so let me ask you guys.
Tavares loves the fall away jumper, like the turn around.
Game's mid-range shooter.
He's DeRozan at times. I'm like, bro, just hold on to the puck for one more moment. Like,
okay. So we've been very complimentary of what that line did on that play, but I want to ask both you guys. in terms of just offensive presence, because we know what this team's trying to do, right? Like when I look at that third period, I don't judge it the same way I do the rest of the contest. And the third is actually when Matthews gets that goal, right? But through 2 periods of play, what did you guys just make of the matchups that Ottawa threw at Toronto? Because again, I kind of felt like it was a part of why we saw a little bit more balance with the forward groups. But do you feel like you do need a little bit more from your top guys when it comes to zone time and high danger chances in a game like this? Because it did feel a little wanting to me personally through 2 periods.
I'll take this opportunity to say Willie Nylander had a really tough night for me. So yes, I do think that like this is a moment where they're going to try to get Stützle out there against those guys or against a lower line, and you need more from them. But the penalty Willie took where he kind of sticks out his leg and they end up scoring the goal. It comes a moment off where he has a chance to take a puck to the net and he's too passive and too hesitant. Yeah. And he had that breakaway where instead of like going to make a play, he takes that kind of half committed slapper. And I just didn't think he had that usual, I don't know, thirst for the goals that he has, I guess. Or yeah. And then, on the defensive side of things, that leads to flybys. And I have been the ultimate, hey, Nylander's a guy you don't have to worry about because in playoffs he'll be there. And I don't think he's been very good the past couple of games.
Yeah, I agree. And I would like more, the matchup tonight was basically, Pinto and Amadio against, can you dominate that match? Like, I know Pinto's a good sort of shutdowny kind of guy, but I would like more waves of dominance from, the $13 and $11 million guy. Like, it did feel like there was many times throughout this game where they were way, way too quiet. And give them full credit. They score in their first shift, and in overtime, they end up, winning the draw. And Benoit shoots one in, so you can't give them. But like, there are moments throughout these games where it's still pretty quiet. But I think Marner has 6 points now. How many points does Matthews have? You can't really you can't really complain a whole lot. But it's not perfectly aesthetically pleasing at the moment. But they're producing, and like you've killed for that in years past. So I'd love to complain about it, but it's hard with the production and the big goals that they've produced. So. Yeah, it is what it is, really.
I'm less on the Marner Matthews thing just because of the lift they have 200 feet and the production that you've gotten from them, which is like it at least has shown up 5-on-5 and obviously on the power play. To me, like Borny, I'm with you a little bit more on the Nylander thing. To me, it's the easiest thing ever to notice when Nylander is going because it feels like the defenders are on their heels watching him with the puck. And I can't say that there have been too many moments where Nylander has been playing with that just doggedness on the puck, that physicality that he can bring, because you don't think about him as a physical player, but he obviously is just a freakish athlete that is impossible. Yeah, strong, tough to take off the puck. And it's always tough because he's got Nylander face, which is he's smiling. He looks passive. He's not barking at people. But I did look at him a few times tonight and I went, do you know what game? Like you hear the Senators fans losing their minds, right? You know that this is the Battle of Ontario. This is game 3, that you have an opportunity to get a stranglehold here. His game felt a little passive to me tonight.
And it's funny because early in the series, I don't know if it was game 1 or game 2, but he was like in a couple scrums and he was like using his physicality.
Yeah,
and like,
that's right.
It felt like it was kind of, he was really trying to do that part of the game, but there was none of that tonight. Like there was just no, and like the breakaway, like you said, tries to go full Lawton with the slap shot. And it's just like, he had a couple more strides, make a move, try to do something a little bit more creative there. But yeah, I think that if you can say to yourself that you're up 3-0 in a series without William Nylander giving you even close to his best, it's a pretty incredible story for the Leafs here. Like he hasn't been close to as good as he usually is in the first round. So they're bailing him out a bit, but yeah.
You know what tonight was for me, Sam? Tonight was the reward you get for winning your division, where maybe you're not awesome. Maybe your best guys aren't their best. Maybe you don't even get every save you want to get, but the other team just doesn't have that Kucherov that makes you pay, or the Barkov or whatever. Like they played fine. I think they were the better team tonight by a bit, but it was a reward for winning the division, that game.
All right. Yeah. Well, one thing that has been working with those guys is the power play. It's now 5 of 9.
Oh my God. a real beauty tonight. That was just like they'll put that one up there where Sportsnet Central goal tonight.
But
like,
everything's coming at the net. Like they're always pressing, always threatening,
Yeah, it was not.
I think that's a big part of it is when you're able to like collapse the teams down low, and now all of a sudden you've got who is the forward that came? It was Pinto, right? That goes off. Yeah, it's Pinto where it just bangs off of him.
Goes off his Pinto.
Yeah.
but for real, like you laugh at the way that goes in, but they also completed 3 triangle-shaped one-touch passes before that.
It's true. It's true.
It's
true.
It's funny because that's exactly the goal that Brady Tkachuk gets the night before, but not it just through his legs instead of from the outside. Nice.
I could have used 34 to just poke that in.
Honestly, how does he fit on that one? Just chop it in.
They may give it to him after one atom of his tape touched it or something.
But I mean, I got to tell you, boys, it's an incredible feeling.
Yeah.
To have the power play really be a threat in a playoff series where you get excited when the other team takes a penalty. You're not dreading it. You remember what was it? What was it like last year? Was it? It was 1 for 24. 1
for 21. Yeah.
Yeah. 21.
It just felt like such a slog, and everybody was yipping, and nobody felt like they had any chance of scoring or making a pass or doing anything. I've just never seen a Leafs power play look this decisive with these guys.
The puck used to die on Riley Island. It would go to the top, and you'd be like, okay, the PK would set back up into where they want to be. 3 dust-offs, and doesn't happen
also, just
anymore.
look at the way they're snapping it around. Like there's such a level of unselfishness to this power play right now. Nobody cares who's getting it. They all know that they're going to get a taste. And it's just dogs on a bone around the net where all of a sudden it's like, oh my God, there's 3 guys right in the blue paint hovering around a loose puck. And you've got a Senators player like splayed out desperately trying to make something happen. And I just think, when you're good, you get lucky, or what's the saying, right? You got to be good to be lucky. And I think that was kind of the case tonight where it's a high confidence. It used to kill them from a momentum standpoint. They would get the power play. And you're right, Sammy, the word dread is perfect because you were kind of like, oh my God, please don't let this happen. And it felt like the game would tilt afterwards. And the other part of it too, is that they couldn't set up. It felt like they were just making desperate plays. Like, okay, like, all right, get it towards, like, just take a shot, get something going on here. One and done, one and out. This one, they set up, they take their time, they snap it around, and they wait for a good opportunity, and they're capitalizing on it. I don't think it's that complicated.
Huge factor in this. I don't know what the number is in the playoff on their 9 power plays. Have they lost a draw on it yet? Like,
that's been a big help.
They've been cleaning the Sens out on the power play draws. It feels like they just have possession immediately every time. They score within the first 8 seconds. Usually, it's like it's Oilers-esque right now. It's really unbelievable how dominant it's been. So, go Savvy, go! Good for you, buddy. You got it humming. Your celebrations on the bench. We got to get the bench celebration tonight for Savvy. See how crazy he went, but good for him because he's got the unit. It's rocking and rolling.
I felt bad for him when I saw that the media asked the question of Rube and they plastered that quote everywhere.
So bad.
They put we asked for composure from the players. We expect the same from the coaching staff. I was like, man, come on. It's like,
let the guy be happy. Jesus.
Yeah.
Roast your little buddy.
Your little buddy was happy that you won a game. Just, okay, let's move on. Let's get off this one. Okay, so to the power play point. I did have a moment during this game where I thought to myself, because this is how good the power play was, that Leaf fans, I believe, I wasn't on social media very much, I probably took issue with some of the calls. And I personally,
a lot of ref talk tweets tonight, buddy.
Well, I don't talk about the refs, but what I would say is that this is a rivalry game with a packed arena of rabid fans losing their minds. And to insert yourself that way where you're calling, minors and scrums and cross checks on power plays, it felt a little unnecessary. I never thought that the game was out of hand, which is what you usually see with those kinds of calls. And I just thought it was a lame way to impact an arena. And that I thought it took some of the energy out of the game, out of the stadium. But ultimately, the secondary thought I had was, it is kind of good for the Leafs if this ends up happening because the power play is so good. If you're getting ticky-tack calls everywhere, like that's going to benefit this team now. It's like that's the difference when you have an atom bomb power play.
Yeah. I hated
it stunk. The officiating was not great tonight.
I not even that, like, I thought it, you can pour into individual calls or whatever. Like the thing at the end of the game where he kicks his feet up to take out Marner when he's cutting into the slot. It's just like, oh my God, you're not going to call that one after the way you officiated the first two periods where everybody, you get You're right. It was an absolute war out there for the first 10 minutes of this game, and not like dirty, just guys that reverse hit on Lorentz. That's as violent as a collision. Guys are in each other's grill, scrums after every whistle. Everybody's horned up, excited. And these refs, like, they clearly, the league, they had a meeting. They saw the Stolarz hacks. They'd say, they're like, we got to tighten this up. We got to tighten this up. We got to insert ourselves. We got to make this less fun. Like, who wants this?
Yep.
Stop calling these. Like, I even hated the Holmberg elbow one from Brady. I was like, that's just nothing. Like, that's a guy skating by him. He got his elbow up. He snaps his head back. Like, that's play on. Like, they're all just play on to me. I don't need the stupid coincidental minors. And Bieksa nailed it in the intermission. He's like, he puts it 4-on-4. It completely changes like the feel and tone of the game. It's stupid. It's just unnecessary. So we don't talk about the refs, so we don't really talk about the refs, but I thought they were brutal tonight. Brutal.
I think that if you're Gary Bettman, though, and you look at a game like that, that's one where you kind of circle it and go, hey, we need to have passion in our game. And when you're like, think about the way that you sell hockey. You don't just sell it on the skill. And we've already gone through this. What was the most memorable moment from the last game? It's Stolarz getting into it with Greg outside of the overtime winner, right?
Yeah.
Hockey is a balance of those two things. And certainly it is when it's the Stanley Cup playoffs. We're running ads right now, right? You guys have seen that one where it's like, it takes and it takes and it takes.
It's actually a fantastic ad. It's very good.
Buddy, but you know why every hockey ad is so good? Because they've got a million clips of guys bleeding from their mouths and limping towards the benches and
100%.
getting into these scrums. It's a part of the game. And so for those officials to get involved, like I will tell you this, I actually think I hated every penalty both ways in this game outside of the Nylander knee.
I agree.
It's funny, isn't it? Because it was for a while there, it was like, we can't be glorifying these guys getting hurt and whatever, because we know what happens to them when they're old or whatever. And then after a while, it was like, yes, we can. The guys want to play and volunteer to play and have seen how it ends now. And, if you choose to do this, and again, choose, total choice, then we should absolutely revere the guys who put themselves in harm's way for the hockey team. It's a greater good thing, and it's admirable as hell, and it's cool and rare, and it's one of hockey's greatest strengths.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well said.
I love it. So I hated it. All right. Anything? I have one other major thing, which is crowd talk.
Yes, me too. I was going to go there next.
Okay. Yeah. Crowd talk time.
Congratulations. You did it. I'm proud of you.
I was getting conflicting reports. I had a lot of people who were at the game. I was like getting the little birdies sending me the texts and the DMs.
Yeah.
And I had Leaf fans telling me that it was 50-50 in the lower bowl. It was not. Like, I don't know if you're like looking for it or you're just excited at the fact that you're a part of the takeover or the attempted takeover. So you're trying to juice up the numbers. But man, I said it today on my show. This was a big boy community moment for that fan base. And sucks for them that they get their hearts broken in overtime. They think like they're going to actually have something. It's their captain that scores a goal on, again, a real Stolarz softie, his first one of the series. Like, ooh, that was a scary moment. And all of a sudden I'm like feeling tight and going, oh no, not again. Like it can change so rapidly, right? Goaltending. But the building was on top of them and they had chance going tonight. They were oohing and awing with the play. I think that if you're a Senators fan, you should be proud that you showed up into your arena. Again, Saturday night's going to be
a disaster.
What do you think? What do you think?
50,
I think it's going to be
60-40 Leafs for
Leafs,
sure.
Yeah.
Leafs. They're coming.
You got to dump them.
The locusts are coming, boys. They're coming.
You don't want to be in the building to watch that?
Well,
no.
I will say I'm the kind of guy who goes. Sammy's not, because I dragged him to a Blue Jays game once. You know this. Gave him a free ticket to go see the very end of the Bautista-Edwin era, where they were getting killed. It was done and dead against Cleveland. They'd already had their shaken.
Haunts my dreams.
Haunted his dreams. And I told him, I was like, we got to go and support the team. So, like, we got to say our goodbyes. And you know what? We got that moment, right, where Bautista hit the double.
Yeah.
And the crowd went nuts. And it's like, those are nice. This is a little different because it's
Guess what? It's not
going
going to be.
You went to the viewing and it was open casket.
It's not going to be. It's not going to be 60% Cleveland Guardian fans at this game, nobody.
Sure.
Like that's a way worse scenario.
No,
way worse.
This is why you have to dump them if you're a Sens fan, is because if you get swept, walking out of the arena is a nightmare. And even if you win,
it's a nightmare.
Everyone goes, get this in the camera. I'm holding.
There's no upside. There's literally no upside to going to that game. It might be 100%. It might just be 100%.
But I'm like genuinely, I know a lot of Leaf fans want to take over and they're like our barn, and I like that's fine. I love it in the regular season. And again, I've participated in many of them. But if in order for this to be a real rivalry, Ottawa has to be a real franchise. And you're not a real franchise if in playoff games the other team just takes over your arena and makes it no fun. And by the way, I'll say I thought the Sens fans were so raucous that the Leaf fans that were there, which was again a healthy number, felt invisible. I'm looking around the boards trying to see like. They were just like, I didn't hear a single Go Leafs Go chant.
No,
I didn't hear like it get loud for the Leafs goals. I saw a lot of people sitting in their seats going, we'll be quiet.
We're getting, we might leave here in a bag if we sit up. Like it was, I did love, full credit to the Matthews Balding chant. That's all time stuff. It
was great.
Like, that's as good as it gets. Like, that's.
I just want more good Canadian hockey markets, man. Like, this is our game, and it's awesome having more cities that care. And so Ottawa just becoming a suburb of Toronto that's no different than Pickering or Oshawa sucks. It's not good for the game. It's better for the game if they have hate and they've got their community out there and they believe, and then you crush their tiny little hopes. Like, that's
the best feeling of it all. So yeah, I can't imagine it's a great feeling leaving that arena right now as an Ottawa Senator fan, and it's just jubilation as a Leaf fan right this moment.
4 cracks to beat the Sens once.
Should be fine, right?
That thing
should be fine.
Should be fine. No one will feel nervous.
If you imagine the ice cream, the cherry on top of the Core 4 era, if this went wrong from here.
Listen, let me just. I don't know if I. Okay, I'll say it. Like, this would be the coup de grace of the. This would be like the cherry on the crap sundae. You
would hear open trade Matthews.
Yes, I would. No, I would say fold the franchise. Like,
I was just looking at my notes to see if there was anything else, and I just kind of checked in and realized what you were saying. Like, if it was to happen, and like, if it was to happen, like, it's over. Leafs talk's done.
It's all over.
There's no
Leafs talk's done.
What are you supposed to say about the team? Like, imagine rolling in here game 1 next year, like of the regular season. Like, I thought Nick Robertson gave him a good. Like, shut up, idiot!
This year's gonna be different.
Like,
I honestly, I might have to change jobs.
It might be beer store time, boys. Like, it might be time to just get a job at the beer store and just take up the arts.
I've always joked I'm going down to Texas and going to work at a Buc-ee's because they pay like the guy who washes the floor $125K, and you can live in a mansion in Texas, one of those little minivans. That's where you'll find me, is fishing somewhere with a nice little plot of land, and then it'd be like, hey, didn't you used to like the Leafs? I'll be like, never heard of them, sir.
Never seen them.
We don't say that name.
Haven't heard that name in years. Take a deep drag on your dart.
Living in anonymity, hacking 2 packs a day, just Jim Beeman. That's the life for me if that was to happen. So absolutely.
You might have one roommate if that happens, pal. Maybe 2.
You can subscribe to this podcast on Apple or on Spotify. It really helps the show. You can follow our other shows as well, Real Kipper and Born and the JD Bunkis podcast. I've got George St. Pierre tomorrow. Going to talk with Craig Simpson. You guys got plugs?
Just Doug McLean as usual. Doug McLean as usual, and the electric Leafs line tomorrow. I'm sure Leafs line tomorrow will be not fun at all. Yeah. So we'll do Leafs line tomorrow, and then just Doug McLean.
I will say this, that is the most like obvious, like Bourne and I work difference is like, I know who my guests are in the next 2 weeks. Yeah. And he's like, tomorrow, who do we got? We'll deal with it when the sun rises.
I got to tell you, I got a heavy load right now. We're getting through her. We got guests every day, boys. We got guests every day. It's a heavy load. We're carrying.
You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at JT Bournes, at Sam A. McKee. Reach out anytime. Again, if you were there at the game, I always like getting those stories. But yeah, we'll always love hearing from people as well. For JD Bunkus, for Justin Bourne and Sam McKee, we're signing off. We will see you Saturday night, hopefully for the sweep.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a Subaru that comes with your very own golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter, a coach hauler, bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus a... And we're out of time. Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year, 87. We got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning a championship, even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7. And then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. You can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past. And so everything's at stake, everything's on the line, and I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game, and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty, and sure enough, we were able to win our 3rd cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, April the 24th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 6:30 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 209, XM 219, and Internet 945. Panthers on Internet 931. 7 p.m., Ottawa Senators take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Sens on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 939. Leafs on Internet 946. 9 p.m., Minnesota Wild face the Vegas Golden Knights. Wild on Sirius 210, XM 220, and Internet 933. Knights on Internet 949. 9:30 p.m., St. Louis Blues face the Winnipeg Jets. Blues on Sirius 211, XM 221, and Internet 944. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 951. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Thursday, April the 24th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL playoffs, 6:30 p.m., Tampa Bay Lightning face the Florida Panthers. Lightning on Sirius 209, XM 219, and Internet 940.